Saturday. Happy pre-Mother's Day to all the ladies that are mothers. Let's go. Hey, how are y'all? Can y'all hear me? Happy Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. The link is now pinned. It's been pinned. I'm going to check this YouTube just for a little bit. How are y'all today? Happy Saturday, everyone. I am your host. It's your boy, SBK. And I just want to have fun with you guys today. We have an open panel. I wasn't going to go live tomorrow, considering it being Mother's Day, right? So the link is now pinned. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you know, nothing is off limits. You can ask me questions. You can do whatever you want to do as far as, you know, we're going to keep it all respectful. I'm going to salute the chat. Y'all come on in here. Let's talk. Where's my water at? I got to have the good old H2O. I was in Joe's chat. If you guys have not looked at Joe's latest video, came out today. She was talking about hydrating yourself and stuff, and I was talking about how I drink a gallon or two of water a day. That is no lie. But y'all go check out Joe. Joe, put your link of that video. Put your link in the chat. I know that you're out visiting family and friends and so forth, and so I know you're not going to be able to mod like you should, like you want to. But I'm going to Scorpio Mama. I'm gonna mod you up. Where's my phone at? I'm gonna mod you up, okay? Because I know Joe is out with family, and I'm gonna mod you up. How to get in here? Hold on, just a second. For some reason I can't. But y'all come on in here. Yeah, that's a lot of water. That's a lot of water, Scorpio Mom. That is a lot of water. Y'all come on in here. We're going to talk about any and everything. The link is pinned. You guys can come on up anytime you like. I'm just shooting the breeze. You know what I'm saying? I'm just shooting the breeze. Oh, let me cut this. Scorpio Mom, there you go. And all right, I got Scorpio Mama modded up. So Joe won't be the only one that's sitting there and you know, mod. So how are you ladies? How are you guys doing? I'm glad. I hope everyone has had a wonderful weekend. I hope everyone has had a productive weekend. While you guys are out having fun tomorrow, your boys got to work. You know, I got to work on Mother's Day. So life keeps lifing. It's always that way with me. As far as holidays, certain holidays, I always have to work. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I hope you guys. First of all, this is what I want to say. As well, let me salute the chat first. We got my boy Kevin Corpinen, our attorney. Salute to you. Salute. I see you in the back chat. I'm gonna let you up in a minute. Got Just Jay, the algorithm in the house. You heard what she said. Please support the host. Let's cash up. I'll put my cash up just a few minutes. And you heard the lovely Joe. Like, share, subscribe. Salute to you, Joe. And I know more people are coming up in here. Who else we got? There's Gisela. Hey, Gisela. How you doing, love? And we got Jug. Thank you for coming through. I hope you guys have subbed up. Am I missing anybody? And we got the lovely Scorpio Mama, of course. Got the lovely Scorp in here. Who else we got? Miss Nat. Hey, Miss Nat. How you doing, love? How you doing? I miss anybody else? All right, I got somebody up in here now. Well, first, before I bring my one of my guests up, he's in the back chat. I want to say, I want from SBK to all the ladies. I want to say, if you're a mother or you're a mother to someone, you're like a mother to your loved ones. Happy Mother's Day to you if you celebrate that. But I just want you to know, even though the world has taken a day to celebrate mothers tomorrow, and if you don't celebrate holidays or whatever, I just want to say I appreciate all the mothers, because without you guys, there wouldn't be us. You know what I'm saying? You guys are Mother Earth. So you guys, I want to send out blessings, peace, and love to all the mothers out there. You know what I'm saying? This is your day tomorrow. So happy pre-Mother's Day to all of the ladies, all of you beautiful ladies that are listening to the sound of my voice. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can speak for, my mom's not here. She's looking down, and she is, I know she's proud of me. So you guys are important. Don't ever think that you're not. You're important. We need you. You know what I mean? SBK, from the bottom of my heart, happy pre-Mother's Day to you ladies. We need you. We love you. All right. Got my boy back here backstage. What's happening with you, bro?
What up, Seven Back?
What's up with you? How you been?
I can't call it, man. I seen you had a very interesting live last night. They kept saying you kept falling asleep, man. I said, damn, they never gonna give Silverback a break for shit, boy.
Man, look, Kevin, this is what happened. What happened was, man, I have really not, Kevin, if you remember 2 weeks ago, my daughter went to prom.
Yeah.
Then I was, I was a part of my my aunt's home going. I was a pallbearer there, getting things ready for my family. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And but between that, because that Saturday 2 weeks ago, between getting my daughter that whole week, getting my daughter ready for prom, that Saturday, and then that funeral was also Saturday. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. Yeah.
So you see what I'm saying? So
yeah. That's a lot to deal with. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot to deal with. Yeah.
Yeah, I never have gotten any rest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I wake up every morning between 4 or 5 in the morning. You know what I mean? Doing what I have to do. But that week right there, I haven't really recovered. So yesterday, I went in to work at 12 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? And so I didn't get off until about 5. So I was up. Yeah. So I got off at 5. Then my daughter had to go to school, so I was up.
You was getting it. So you pretty much getting it.
Yeah, I was getting it. You know what I mean? So he always roasts me for sleeping and all this stuff, but never tells the whole. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to E, but she never tells me.
Yeah, I love E, man, but I think E be on you too hard, man. I'm just gonna say it. You know what I'm saying? She be on you too hard, man.
Hey, E be on my top. E be on my top. So she'll roast me with everybody else and troll me with everybody else, but she don't tell it. Hey, this dude's been up since 12 in the morning. And she knows.
She leave that out. So she leave that out.
He knows it. You know what I'm saying? I had talked to her and say, hey, man, because I had got off work, so I could go at 12 in the morning to go to work.
Yeah.
And she knows it, but she likes to troll me. But that's cool. You know what I mean? She likes to troll me. But
hey, Silverback, can I say something right quick?
Of course you can, bro.
Yeah, I just want to say happy Mother's Day to all the ladies out there. And my mother's not here either, so I understand where Silverback coming from that. You know what I'm saying? So I understand. I just want to wish them a happy Mother's Day. I hope they enjoy their day tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And again, ladies, you heard it from Kevin. We do appreciate you, ladies.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for you guys, You
We
know,
wouldn't be here. We
here,
would not be here.
here at all. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
I appreciate all of the ladies that have.
yeah. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah. Especially if you're a lady that is an active mother and you're
Yeah,
getting it. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Hmm.
I appreciate you. SBK
Yeah.
appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, I appreciate you saying those words. So what you been up to, bro?
Just chilling, man. Popping in. I went to Eve live today. She had twice. She had to start them back over again. So I
I
had to
saw.
wish her. I had to wish her happy birthday twice. So
I was in the chat. I was in the chat, but then
mhm.
cut it off, and then she went live again.
Yeah.
And she went live very long on the second one. You know what I mean? And so I'm like, man, what's she doing?
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, damn.
Because I was trying to type in the chat, let her know that I was in the chat, and damn, I couldn't do it because she was already online. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you know, but yeah, man, it's just one of those things, man. You know, she went live, and you know, she's revamping her channel and everything.
Yeah, I heard she gonna switch it up. So yeah.
Yep. She's revamping the channel. So other than that, man, you're just chilling then, huh?
Yeah, man. Just listening to you and E speak, and y'all had some interesting conversations when you had that all women panel. That was very interesting, I will say.
Yeah, man. Well, give me your thoughts on everything. What you think about? Because what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have another panel of all women.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna do that later on down the line. Another panel of all women. But we're gonna have a mixture of women, and we're gonna do the damn thing. You know what I'm saying? So, but what you think about all that? You thought it was interesting?
Yeah, it was some very intelligent women you had up there on the panel. I will say that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, every last one of them.
They spoke their mind. They didn't hold anything back. I will say that much.
Exactly. What's happening with it, bro? There's my little bro. He came up on the panel last night. The link is pinned if y'all want to come up and chill with us or whatever, man.
But it was just very interesting to hear from a woman's perspective. You know what I'm saying? Because you rarely hear from a woman's perspective these days.
Fact, and that's the reason why I wanted to. You know, as a man, I wanted to, on a man's panel, I wanted all ladies to speak out. And then, you know, of course, I was giving them, if you notice, I was throwing out questions there.
Yeah.
And, you know, some women, you know, a lot of women and men too, we don't look at each other's side of view the way that we should.
I'm gonna say we very opinionated when it comes to that part of the, you know, subject.
Right.
The same with the ladies too. They be very opinionated as well.
Yeah, for sure. And,
you know what I'm saying?
And you know, like one of the things we were talking about, you know, mental health in men.
Yeah.
Because I think there's going to be a lot of reaction to my my video on that, because you know, mental health is very much
real. Like that shit real. Like I mean, men have mental health too. I mean, we go through a lot. I'm gonna say we go through a lot more. I mean, women go through mental health too, but I'm just gonna say from a man's perspective, we go through a lot more. It could be the little stuff, and you never know until it really hits you. Like, damn, like I'm gonna get through this.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And it's one of those things where, man, people don't want to talk about mental health when it comes to men, in my opinion. But
yeah, they don't.
But we're always the strong ones. You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to be strong.
Yeah, you got to be.
You know what I'm saying? So, hey, the link is now pinned, y'all. Anybody come up? Let me ask you a question, Kevin. I want your opinion on this Shannon Sharp thing. What you think? What you think? I never have got a chance to talk to you about it, because sometimes you pop up. But what do you think about the Shannon Sharp thing? What is your opinion on that?
He should have just left it alone, man. Like, you about to be dead in this 60, bro. You should have got somebody around your age range, bro. Could you see, like, that what got you in hot water, bro. I understand you want something younger, bro, but you gotta understand these women now of today, of a young age, will trap you. And you know, she basically trapped him.
Right.
So now he gotta really fight to prove his innocence at this point.
Right.
So SBK, since you're a Cowboy fan, let me ask you this question. What do you think about George Pickens, man?
What do I think about who now?
George Pickens, the wide receiver y'all traded for.
The jury's still out on that, Kevin. I don't want to. I saw the trade for that.
Mm-hmm.
The jury is still out on that. I really don't understand the trade, but you know what I'm saying. I'm just gonna go. The jury is out for me.
Okay.
What do you think?
I can tell you what school he came from.
Okay, go ahead.
He came from Georgia, so you know I understand.
Okay. Right.
You know
right. He's a Georgian. Yeah, he's a Georgian.
Yeah, he's a bulldog. So I was like, when I seen that, I'm like, that's gonna help that. You know what I'm saying? You got a number 2 receiver. You know what I'm saying? You crippled your enemy, Pittsburgh. So I mean, you should at least be happy about that.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know what I mean? I can't stand it. But I can't stand the Steelers. But the Cowboys, man, I just want to see. I'm not too sure about the coach. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was kind of iffy about that too, man.
I'm not too.
Now that should be your jury right there, sitting back at the coach, bro.
That too. Like I said, the jury's still out on him. I'm not too fond of the coach. You know what I'm saying? I'm not too sure about the coach, but I'm a ride or die.
I know you gonna ride it out with them Cowboys, man. I understand. I got friends like that, so I understand.
Yeah, but it's just one of those things where the Cowboys, man, they've been disappointing to me. When they should have went to the Super Bowl whenever they cheated Dez Bryant out of that catch in.
I ain't gonna lie, that was a catch. I ain't gonna lie.
They played Green Bay.
Yeah,
they robbed them of that. They robbed them of that game. So that right there was a fucking catch, and I don't understand why people are making excuses for that. He caught that ball, bro.
Yeah,
so,
the whole world seen it. You know what I'm saying? The whole world seen it.
That was a fucking catch. So
Silverback.
That year right there, they could have won. Go ahead.
I feel like, man, when you have, I done seen you over the years come up, man, and you done got very, very articulate with your words. You know what I'm saying? You done came up from when you came on live, you hardly didn't say much, but now you done, you know what I'm saying? You done step your game up, man, and you showing a different side of you. Like you showing your daughters in clips, and you showing you at the gym and whatnot. So I must say, Silverback, man, I'm really proud of you, man. Just keep doing your thing, man.
Hey, man, I appreciate you. You're day one. Every time you come up in the chat, I always tell you you're day one. I've came a long ways, you know what I mean? And you're right. More and more, I'm starting to open up. This is my personality in real life.
Yeah.
On YouTube and YouTube, I'm starting to open up about a lot of different things and open up about my life and open up about. I'm just real transparent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but there's more to come. You know what I'm saying? I got more things to show. You know what I'm saying? I'm just glad that you're around to witness it, man. You've always been a day one supporter of us. And I just want everybody to understand that, I appreciate you. I really do appreciate you.
Yeah. I mean, I know I should have, like I told E when I was in the, I have wrote a comment. I said, I know I missed y'all celebration, tap in. And she was like, I'll let you live. I was like, all right, cool. So Silverback, you ain't the only one she She get on my ass too, man. So I understand, bro.
Yeah, man, she gets on my case, boy. She gets on my case. You already know she's always got my case.
But Silverback, man, I'm gonna give you one thing of advice, man. Like, see what you're doing when you drink, man. Take sips, man. Don't kill it all at one time, man.
It's a sip. It looks like it's a drink, a gulp, but it's really a sip.
Cause it's well, like when you had to cut back like that, I'm like, you about to kill this shit. Like, what go?
It looks like gulps, but it's really a sip. What's up with it, OSD? That's my bro right there. Salute to you, bro. Salute to you. Salute.
Because I don't want you to be on live one night and you start slurring over your words and whatnot.
Oh no. Oh no, man. That never happened. I ain't never got towed down like that, man, to where I'm like, hell no, you know what I mean? Man, I'm always gonna be level-headed. Only time I really drink is when I'm online. It just kind of relaxes me.
Yeah, I get it.
But yeah, I ain't gonna get towed down. You got my word on that.
Okay. Cause I want E to look over and say, yeah, Silverback done went to sleep on us and whatnot, so she gotta hold
it. You know, E's gonna talk shit. She gonna talk shit.
Yeah, I already know. You know I know. E was like you. E was very cool, and she really didn't say much. But now, E done changed a lot. You know what I'm saying? She more talkative now.
Yeah, I think I brought E a little bit out of her because E was really.
Yeah, she was really mellow. Like she was very calm, and she'll be very modest with people. E done stepped it up now, and she gonna be modest, and she gonna tell you how the fuck she feels at the same time. So.
Yep. I think I have a lot to do with bringing her out of her shell too. You know, you was around during them early days, man. Me and her was just like it was almost listening to E was almost like listening to a professional businesswoman who
she'd be like very intelligent with her words, just like y'all be very intelligent. And now y'all done came up so much now to the point y'all just like fuck it, we gonna say what the fuck we want to say, what the fuck we want to say. But Silverback, let me ask you one question.
Ask me anything, bro.
We know that's ETV. Why you gotta come back with it's just TV? We know
that's an inside joke. Actually, what happened, man, was I was in fact, I don't even have that on here. What happened was I was talking to her, and do I have that on here? See if I can find. Oh yeah, there it is, right there. So what happened was, she was talking to me. I called her. Well, I left a message. Message for her, and so I just beginning of the message. That's what it was. And here it is, right here. It's just TV. It's just TV. So that was a. Every time I call her or talk to her, I do that inside joke.
Oh, okay. I got it now. Okay.
Well, actually, a content. I'm not going to name the content creator's name, but actually, a content creator was shouting her out one day, months and months ago.
Oh, okay.
What the hell? So, it's just TV. And so from there on, I just started, you know what I'm saying? I just started trolling her. You know, it's just TV.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So that's what that was all about. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Hey, Selena, how you doing, love? How you doing? So that's how that started with that, because I just started trolling and trolling her, and then I had to keep on. I actually took the clip from the video that I sent, and then I went ahead and
you get your own twist to it, right?
Yeah, I get my own twist to it.
Okay. But I just want to say, E, man, don't be on Silverback so much, man. Let him live. Like he be on your ass. I'm like, damn.
You hear that, E? I know you listening in the background. You hear that, E? Your boys, Do not be on my neck. Do not be on my neck.
Because if you mess up, Silverback can return the favor to you, just as you do to him.
She knows I will.
Yeah.
She knows I will.
And I know she heard me too.
So yeah, man, I appreciate you, man. What's your Baltimore Ravens gonna do this year? What you think?
Man, I just hope the offensive line protect Lamar this year.
Okay.
I hope our tight end catch the damn ball in the playoff without dropping it.
So y'all think you'll have a winning season?
Yeah, it's gonna depend on our offensive line. Our defense gonna be there, cause the Ravens build on defense anyway.
Right, but I was really pulling for Lamar, man. I really thought that last year was his year, so I was really pulling for him. Because he's got a story. He's got a hell of a story with his mom and so forth. I really admire the dude. I think in my opinion, he's the most athletic quarterback that we got. That's in the league. Since Michael Vick was one of those. Yeah. But this dude here can run. He can throw. He just has. I was really disappointed when he got. They dropped him out of the playoffs. But I was really going for him. I thought he was going to win it all. So.
But I'm gonna tell you what happened, man. Turnovers. And like I said, a tight end had a chance to tie it up in the end, man. He fucking dropped the ball. Then he didn't. And you know how you got the captain on your jersey, right?
Oh, yep.
And he gonna run away from the question, like, what happened? He like, man, my gloves wet. Okay, your damn gloves wet. Take them bitches off and can't do without those gloves. That's simple. That's simple.
Yeah.
Like. Man. So, let me ask you a question. How long do you think Jerry Jones gonna last as the general manager of the Cowboys, man? The whole world want to know.
Until he can't. And the truth, he is not going to give up that general manager.
No, he's not. He's not.
Now, his son, over the years, I will say this: his son Steven, he's been giving Steven a little more leeway. Steven has been making a little bit more decisions over the past few years. Yeah. But Jerry is never going to give up that GM.
No, he's not. He's not.
Exactly. Small Gorilla, and S'more's from Dallas. He's never given that up until he can't go any longer. You know what I mean? So that dude, that is, when you look up the word micromanage, Jerry Jones' picture comes
up. Should be the face of it. Yeah, he should be the face.
He is the definition of micromanage, and so he is never going to give that up. Never.
Yeah. I mean, no, he's not.
In a way, that's a good thing and a bad thing to have control over things, but you got to trust people that you put in a position to do what you need to do. And he's never like that.
I feel like if you put people in position, you should let them succeed. You should stay out the way and let them grow. Because if you keep overminding them, it's not gonna work.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So, but Silverback, so do you have another channel coming, or are you straight with what you have right now?
I'm straight with what I got right now, man. All these people got these 1,000 different channels. I ain't got time, man. I don't have time to do the first, the one I got right now. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Now, Kevin, I got monetized a few months ago, and I lost the monetization due to the stuff I had on my shorts. So I got monetized in a short amount of time. I got monetized in like 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
And that's pretty quick for somebody that has a full-time job and full-time father and all that. But I lost monetization. But tomorrow, this news. But tomorrow, since I'm talking to you, tomorrow I come up for a reevaluation of my monetization. And so YouTube is going to take a look at me, and I've cleaned my channel up. You know what I'm saying? So I will know by next week about my monetization. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
But I'm cool. That's a great question, bro. Because a lot of people have
about 3, 4, 5 different channels. You know?
And I just don't have the time to just do what I got to do here. You know what I mean? As you know, you've been around on the journey with me since beginning. You know, I started off, my channel and with a little over a year ago. Over a year ago, and here I am. So, but I should be monetized by next week. Fully monetized, not partially, but fully monetized. By next week.
Not partially.
Get my monetization back next week, and people like yourself and people that have been around me from day one. I got some things for y'all that's free of charge that I want to send to y'all. I got merchandise coming out, all sorts of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Lima, how you doing, beautiful? How you doing?
Hey, Lima. So, man, let me ask you another question.
Ask me whatever, bro.
So, how do you feel about the new kickoff rule, man?
About the new kickoff rule?
Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting, bro. It's gonna be interesting. That right there, that right there, the new kickoff rule is going to be one of those things to where people, I think that they can adjust to it.
Yeah.
It's not really a very big thing in my opinion, but people can adjust to that. You know what I mean? I think the league should be, instead of like the kickoff rule and stuff like that, adding more games to the season and all this type of stuff, I think the league should be focused on it not being so soft. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the league is soft, man. You can't,
But you know why that is. But you know why that is, Silverback, man. Because people have concussions, and they want the players to be safe, to get home to their families and kids and whatnot. So I feel your pain on that. That's how I feel too.
But it's also a quarterback's league. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
People, you know what I'm saying? People, just the league is the quarterbacks. They are lifting up the quarterbacks, and they are the face of the leagues. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm going to be posting up a post in a minute, ladies and gentlemen.
You say a post?
Yeah, I put a post in the chat. It's coming up. So Halima says, I want to start a football podcast, but I don't know. So Halima, you gonna start a women's football post? Because there's women's football, women's flag.
Yes,
football.
it is. Yes, it is.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a women's league that they all are in lingerie.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, they are.
She said college.
Okay, college. Okay.
So and then Halima, those she said no, sir. I'm just saying that there is a women's football league, and it is.
Yeah, he ain't lying though. I done seen a few games. Trust me, I done seen a few games.
Lingerie is involved. You know
it's very interesting. But they be hitting like men now. They don't go out there and just.
They're very competitive. Okay. Don't let the lingerie
fool you.
They're very competitive out there. You know what I'm saying? Very competitive.
Yeah.
Hey, the link is pinned. Y'all can come up and chat with us, man. I'm just shooting the breeze. Y'all hit the link. She said I want.
So Silverback, where do you come up with your music, man?
My music, man. And by the way, so I'm glad you said it. My music, I get it from different apps and so forth. So,
okay.
And me and E have this competitive thing going on with our music. I feel, yes, we're very competitive. I feel
here we go.
My music is top tier.
Mm-hmm.
And so we got this competitive thing, you know what I mean? And so my music that I choose, y'all go back and listen to my channel, you know what I mean? My music, this is all music I choose. It's all as I've told Joe. my music is all SBK-ish music. It's SBK-ish, and it goes with my channel and all that. I might have a little bit of trap.
Yeah.
Trap, a little bit of jazz, R&B, but my music specifically, my music is, you know what I'm saying? So, but my music is in the description. Whenever you get a chance, it's in the description. Go check it out. So, but yeah, that's a great question. But me and E have this thing going on that we're competitive about our music. Hey, my music sounds better than that. Now your music is blah 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 blah. So it's a brother and sister type relationship, you know what I'm saying?
So I feel like is judges gonna be involved if it goes any competitive in this?
Who that?
I say is any judges gonna be involved? Like they gonna have to.
Oh yeah, well I never thought about. Of course, we're gonna get the chat involved. You know what I mean? Whose music sounds the best? We can do that. You know, we can always do that. But like I said,
I'm just asking because you said it's competitive, and you might need some people.
Very competitive around here. You know what I'm saying?
I love it. I mean, hey, you gonna be competitive about anything when it comes to life.
Yeah, man. My music is very competitive, and I want my music to fit me and the mood and the audience and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So whose idea was to start this?
To start the music?
Yeah.
Well, it was both of us' idea was to get, different music for the channels.
Yeah.
It's just the way me and E are. We're just kind of like, hey, you better bring it because my sound's gonna be better than oh yeah, bro. And she said, oh yeah, bro. You think so that's how I get started. You know what I'm saying? So both it was a collective idea, but it's like I told her that look, my music is going to be better. And I got more tunes, you know what I'm saying? I got more tunes in the arsenal. You know what I mean? So she's like, your music is just, but I am very competitive in everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I said.
I'm being serious, Alima. I'm being serious. E and I talk like, she talks to me like she cusses me out, bro.
Damn.
But my sisters in real life, they cuss me. That's just the way sisters.
Yeah.
But we're very competitive. So I'm telling E to bring her A game when it comes to my music, bring her A game when it comes to content. You know what I mean? Unbeknownst to y'all, I have trolled her and she has trolled me. I have made some lives. I have made some videos, and I have referenced some stuff just to get under her skin. And she has done the same thing to me. It's just the way it's slick stuff, Kevin.
All I'm gonna say is, look, this is all I'm gonna say to both of y'all, and you probably hear me too. Y'all just keep doing what y'all doing. I ain't gonna stop y'all. Do what y'all do.
Hey man, it's just healthy. Banter.
I get it. It's healthy competition, and it keep both of y'all going. You know what I'm saying? So I understand it.
Yep. So
I understand.
Healthy competition.
Healthy
I got the poll, but I can't see it. I got a poll here, but I don't see it.
But like I said, Silverback, man, you always been a cool dude to me. You always been yourself, and that's what I respect about you, man. Because most people don't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Most people try to be people that they not. Until they get called out about it, they feelings hurt.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So,
hey, man, I can only be me, man. I can only be me, and I appreciate folks like you that have been day ones with me. You know what I'm saying? And basically kind of like, you've kept it real. You've kept it real, and you've been supportive of me and all the people that follow me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm forever grateful for that. You know what I mean? So I just want you to know that. But I don't see the poll.
I appreciate it. No problem.
She said,
But I did. I just want E to know if she's listening. I subscribe to her podcast channel with her host, her other
okay,
female host. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I just, I,
man, they got some things popping going on over there, man. With Disrupt and Discuss. Disrupt and Discuss, that's the name of the channel.
yeah.
Got some things going on over there, man. That they really talk about some good stuff over there. You know
Oh yeah. I mean, I checked it out the first time. You know what I'm saying? I checked it out to see what it was about. It was very interesting. I will say that.
Right. I got a poll in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, while my boy is up here. I got a poll in the chat. And the poll says, would you date someone who makes significantly less than you? Yes. Love, money. Only if they're driven. No, I need a provider. Tried it, never again.
I want to hear this. What the poll gonna be?
Would you date someone who makes significantly less than you? Yes. Love. They choose the love over the money. Only if they're driven. No, I need a provider. Tried it, never again. So, you guys, I need to. These questions here are very much.
So Silverback, did you come up with these questions, or was it you and E together come up with these questions?
Actually, Kevin, I did not come up with this question. I agreed with the question, but I did not come up with the question. But I thought it was something to get the chat involved. But I did not come up with this question. But a lot of the questions I do come up with, but I did not come up with this question.
Oh, okay. So that means your better half came up with the questions then, right?
Some of them she asked, but most of them is collective of me. And Joe is the main.
Oh, okay.
Now the questions on Tap In,
yes.
those majority of those are E. You know what I'm saying? But
okay.
But here Joe has a lot of input on my questions. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I understand. I mean, cause that's your best friend. Of course, you gonna have input. You know?
Now this question can be for men too, but really women like to, women are notorious for this certain question. Hey, I said what I said. How you doing? I know you were live for like 3 hours, so I know you're hungry. So you're probably eating right now. Because I know whenever you went live, you said you had to get something to eat after you got off live.
Yeah. But Silverback, I will say, when it comes to the men, man, you do have some interesting questions.
I always come with
when you have discussions with men about certain things. Cause I be listening. I'm like, okay, I had to think.
But you know, Kevin, the thing about it is that I'm always what I've told Joe and what I've told E and what I've told everybody. Mm-hmm. Yes, Scorpio Mama is correct. That was a great live. I said what I said. I listened to you the whole time I was at the gym. I came back, put it on the television. Great live. Y'all go. I said what I said. I'm going to put you as a mod too because I don't have that many. I need some more help with mods. So I'm going to put you as a mod as well. So, what the heck? Can I put you up there? Oh, put you as a mod as well. So you guys put your channel links in the chat, and feel free to put your channel links up. Okay. Where you at? I said what I said. But yes, what I was about to say, Kevin, is that I do things. I say certain questions to basically get people to think. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I said. Cause like when I was listening, I was like, "Damn, Silverback got me thinking."
Yeah, man. Yeah, the reason why I say this is because I play devil's advocate. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? A
I
lot of
know.
times I play devil's advocate.
Yeah,
A
I
lot
know.
of times I want to think about what the uh, people, opposing thoughts, opposing statements. I want to try to get in their head to think about why they say what they say. And then I play devil's advocate. But I also, as a man, I want people to see what us men go through. And I'm not so naive and I'm not so conceited or prideful to say, hey, us men, we need to be mindful of what we do to our women, how to take care of our women. You know what I mean? I don't see, I ask those types of questions, you know what I'm saying, to dive deep. And for you to say that, Kevin, that makes me, I want people to have that same type of attitude that you have. You know what I mean? Hey, that made me think about that one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
But one thing I will say about you and E Silverback that I ain't never said is this. I see y'all trying to bring the community closer together. Well, a lot of people mostly want to divide it. And y'all trying to bring it together. You as the bringing together for the men, and E bringing together for the ladies. And I can respect that.
oh yeah, man, that's the whole goal. That's the whole goal is to, I've met a lot of super people, super nice people on this app. I've been involved in a lot of stuff or whatever that I didn't really want to be involved in, but that's to remain. That's to remain.
Yeah.
But I've lived, and I've learned, and so because of that, I'm trying to bring a lot of people. You know what I mean? I want to be. I'm a leader, not a follower, Kevin. You know what I'm saying? I'm a leader, not a follower, and I want people to understand that you can get good content by not putting out bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's my whole thing about it. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, this back. Any questions you got? You know I'm gonna answer, Kevin. But this poll, I want you guys to look at this poll. Oh, this poll is getting kind of interesting. Would you date someone who makes significantly less than you? Yes.
So it's at least 50-50 or no?
Only if they're driven. No, I need a provider. Tried it, never again. I like if any ladies in the chat, if your answer, we'll close it. We'll close the poll in a minute. But any ladies in the chat that have actually dated, like what the question says, if you dated someone who made significantly less than you, if you've never tried it and you'll never do it again, any ladies, that want to describe, your answers, I really would like to hear your answers. Would you date someone who makes significantly less than you? Yes, because you love them, because you're choosing love over money. Only if they're driven. No, I need a provider. Tried it, never again. So, would you date somebody who makes less than you? Salute to you, bro. Salute to you, Angelo.
Salute, Angelo.
My evil light-skinned big bro. Salute to you.
So, Silverback, let me ask you this question.
Go ahead.
So, okay, you have an all women panel, right?
Right.
So let me ask you: is you gonna have a mixture of men and women on the panel one day?
Yeah. I promoted it last night. I'm gonna do that not this week, but I plan on doing it week after next. So
the reason I asked that because I don't know if somebody else was gonna ask that, so I said let me go ahead and ask that.
That's a great question, man, because That's a great question because we had an all male panel, and then 2 weeks ago we had the all ladies panel, and so last night on Tap In, I'm going to announce right now. Great questions that you're asking, Kevin. In 2 weeks we're going to have a mixture. We're going to have men and women, men versus women. If you want to say it that way, men versus.
I was about to say that, but you already beat me to the punch, so
we're going to have, we're going to go over some lives, some old lives of that I had of the men, and some old lives of the women, and we're gonna discuss. It's gonna be, and I had fun with all those women on the panel.
I know you did, cause every time you spoke, I'm thinking in my brain, I'm like sitting back just up there, smiling like he don't know what to do. He's like a kid in a candy store. He don't know what to do.
Miss Boogie Down, how you doing, love? How you doing? She said, I will, but he has to have drive. He needs to lead our house by example. And even if I make more, he can't direct the coin with no drive of his own. I respect that.
I respect it. At least she was honest about her answer. I will give her that. She was very honest.
Angelo, I will say on a side note, Angelo, I've said this before, and I'm gonna say it again if you're still in chat. No one, I mean no one, would ever, if people saw me and you in public, wouldn't be no talk at all. You already know what Angelo, it would be no talk at all. That's my bro right there, man. Salute to
him. I know Angelo a cool dude.
Yeah, he's funny as hell.
Yeah, he's funny as hell, dude. I ain't gonna lie.
He is funny as hell. But a lot of ladies, y'all can come up on y'all ladies, men, y'all come up. Let's talk about it, man. Y'all typing in the chat. Y'all talk about it. Miss Boogie Down, she
laid down the law pretty much. Really.
I will, but he has to have drive. He needs to lead our house by example. If I make more, he can't direct the coin with no drive of his own. I respect that.
I respect that. I mean, she was very modest and honest.
Very modest and honest. But the thing about it is, I hear, and let's look at this post. Let's look at this poll again. I'm looking at it. Man, it's getting kind of lively. So, would you date someone who makes significantly less than you? The word significantly, Samoa Gorilla, if a woman is basically making way more than you, you know what I'm saying? Would you date someone who makes way less than you? And yes, because you love him, only if he's driven. No, I need a provider. Tried it, never again. I'm really interested in seeing the people that said, nope, I've tried it.
Yeah, that's why I'm at with it too, because you probably gonna have more to say no than the rest of the other questions. You might have a mix in between. I'm gonna just say it like that. You have a mix in between.
Hey, how you doing? We got the lovely Thriving Glow with Joe. How'd you get away?
They went to go pick up some dinner. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
They said, we're going to go pick up some dinner. I said, oh, okay, I'll stay.
She knew what she was doing.
You went online.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've been online. Because I have you in my ear. So I've been online. They don't know that I'm listening to you. But I got my sisters on the other. They're in the background. They're in the bushes. My sisters are all watching.
Urban says men don't care if women make more as long as she doesn't use her financial status. I agree with Urban. I totally agree with Urban. As a man,
I wanted to jump on here so I could answer this poll question.
Go ahead. I'll get back to you, Urban.
No, go ahead as a man. Go ahead. No, go ahead and say what you were going to say.
No. Wait, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to say something about the question because Urban, Urban gets me going every time. He made a comment earlier. Hold on, let me see it before I was trying to get on.
Shout out to
Men date
Urban.
women all the time who make less than. However, we know the answer women are going to say. I want to know what he thought women were going to say. But I'm going to tell y'all something. I always have. And it's not a problem for me. It's not been a problem for me. However, here's what I have to say about it. I've always encountered men have that problem. And I promise, I know how you're going to say, just like what Urban said, I agree. Women shouldn't use it as a control issue or whatever. But it doesn't even matter, Urban.
Is he free?
I've always, and I was watching.
You're freezing up.
Huh?
You're freezing up.
What did he say?
Are you on your phone?
You're freezing.
Oh,
You're
am
freezing.
I?
Are
Yeah.
you on your phone?
No. Oh, do you want me to get on the phone? I'm on my laptop.
You're going in and out. You're okay now. You're stuck now.
Oh. Let me come back. Go
Okay,
ahead.
come back. All right. Come on up, Urban. But
I mean, I agree with that too. But you know how the women is today, man. They're gonna use that shit like it's hot grease. They're gonna use it. They are going to use it.
yeah, Miss Boogie Down says, so Urban, we know. Miss Boogie Down says, Urban, I agree with Thrive being a single woman. That is the issue. Men are intimidated by financial status. I'm not.
No, I'm not. Not
That
at all.
doesn't speak for me. I'm really not, because if a woman, which that's never happened in my case, dating someone, this never happened with me dating someone that made more than me. That's never happened. But in my case, if someone did, if we're in a relationship or whatever, I want to do my best, do my part to support and be what I need to be. You know what I'm saying? But as far as intimidation because of financial status, not me. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Miss Boogie Down.
How you doing, boo? How are
How
you?
you doing, love? Thank you for coming through. Thank you.
I appreciate it. You know, my sis and your sis, Miss I said what I said. That's the big sis right there.
Yes, I love
and
her.
I told you I was gonna be checking for you. So I definitely be in the bushes depending on your timing. But so far I can't be more pleased to be part of your subscribers. So how you doing?
Absolutely. I am so thrilled to have you on here. So
I appreciate you.
So
I'm glad you asked that question, because that is my issue, right? So I'm basically rough background. I'm a New Yorker, so that's number one. So I tend to have a very authoritative tone, but I really am mush. I really am. But I tend to, I just have a very New York hustle thrive about me, and I make a lot of money. And for me, I don't have a problem with the fact that a lot of men that I come in contact with just aren't making what I make. And I'm okay with that, because the money is what I've made. You understand what I'm saying? It's part of my genetic makeup. But when entering into a relationship, I am very much a lady. I have no desire to have a penis, and nor do I have a desire to have the responsibilities that you with penises do. You know what I mean? So, but my thing is, like, you can't because of the fact that, and this is where it gets tricky, because of the fact that I do make over 6 figures, you can't tell me how to direct my coin if I'm looking and you're living paycheck to paycheck. Now, I'm not even getting on the fact that you may not make what I make. I'm getting on your discipline, on your budgeting, and where you are. So it would be going backwards for me if I let you take control of the finances when you don't have the responsibility in your own life to be able to keep your head above water. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with going out. I'm very traditional. I think when the first date, that's on you as a man. You're courting me. The man is the hunter. That's how I'm taught. I have 2 older brothers and my dad, and they are very much all in my life. So I have no problem with being a lady, but you can't expect me to be a lady and you don't know what you're doing and then get mad when I take control. I'm not taking control because I'm trying to emasculate you. I'm trying to help you so that you can help us, because that's what it is for me. It's no longer about me. It's no longer about you. It's us. But a lot of times you will find that you'll have men that are intimidated because either A, they have never been used to dating somebody who makes their own. And my mother ran the finances in my household. You know what I'm saying? So I came from that background. My parents, before my mother's passing, were married for over 40 years. So I came from my father being comfortable enough to let my mother have her strength in doing what she did. So that's another thing. Again, it's not about emasculating a man. It's about just being in a position where we're basically owning our own strength in our relationship so that we can get to the next level, because the relationship is about us. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's not about my ego. It's not about your ego. But again, if you're hand to mouth with your own finances, no, I'm not going to let you take control, because I've done some things that have put me in a position where I don't have to kind of like struggle in that particular area. And so therefore, I'm not going to relinquish my quote unquote, if you will, power for you to put us further back when I know that this is an area that I'm thriving in. But if you do just as well, you just don't make as much. Oh, I'm going to let you do that. You know what I mean? It's a pain in the neck, the budget. We all do it, right? It's a pain in the neck. So if I could trust you and you can do what you got to do, and it's just that on paper, I make 150 and you make 90 or whatever have you. No, that doesn't mean anything. It just means that the career that I'm in is more lucrative maybe than the career that you're in. But if you can budget and if you got this, oh, I'm going to let you have that. I have no desire to do that, to be honest with you. I do what I have to do, not necessarily what I want to do. So I just find being as a woman, it's harder for us to have a man who can't get out of his own ego enough to be with somebody like myself.
So why do you think that, let's break it down, why do you think certain men have an issue with a woman making more? Why do you
because
think?
It's just what we allow society to tell us. You know what I'm saying? We're too driven, especially now with social media being on the rise the way it is. We have gotten way out of context of just traditional values, and we've become now more part of what's popular, what's popping. And this even down to being, you know, content creators, right? Like you have content creators like yourself, like that come on and you have topics. This is interesting or whatever have you. But if you got a content creator who's sitting up here and they're just doing all of this negative stuff, but that's where your mindset is, they're going to be the person who gets the most views. You know what I'm saying? So we've lost sight of like what reality is. We've lost sight of what's important, and we're focusing on more so on what, bringing it back to your question, what is like looked upon for society. For society, I'm looked upon as, and I hate when people use words like aggressive. There, if you've ever gotten to know me, no friend of mine, no family member of mine will ever use that word to describe me. But in society's mindset, You know what I'm saying? Because I can speak with authority and I know some things and I'm not afraid to share like, no, that's not correct. And this is living proof of blah, 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 blah. Now I become this aggressive person because I'm not going along with the status quo. All I can do is speak on my own experiences. I can't go on what society says it should be. And we don't come from a society, especially for those of us born in the 70s, the 80s, we're not coming from a society where it is cool or popular to be a woman making more than your man. That there's already a stereotype that's coming in that, and it's terrible. It's terrible. But this is truly where we are.
I think what's happening is there's a lot of women today, Miss Boogie Down, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. There's a lot of ladies that are not like you. They're not doing well for themselves. But as you have stated, they're looking at social media and looking at television, and they're looking at all of the housewives of the NBA and stuff like that, and they're looking how they act and look at how the lady rappers act. And it's like, look, I'm not dating no broke dude if you're working for the post office and blah 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 blah.
Right.
Average women are doing that, and they're not even making anything themselves. You know what I'm saying? So that's what gets me. That's what gets my goat, is that a lot of women are taking on this Hollywood social media mentality and thinking that they're something when they're not. I can understand when a woman is doing well for themselves and like, look, I just need someone that's makes more to me or whatever. I can understand if that's your preference. Okay, all right, but what I see regular 9-to-5 women, and even with women that don't even have 9-to-5s, they're just out there hustling. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, dating no man who, blah, blah, blah. That's what I see. What do you think?
I think but I think so. We are a male-driven society, and again, I'm not trying to be combative with you. I'm saying that I find that the missing part of your statement there is because women are trying to keep up with the persona of a man, and I'm gonna give you a prime example. I watched I'm very big on like documentaries and stuff like that, right? And like I said, I'm a New Yorker, right? So 50, Diddy, all of these people are from my town, right? And I remember watching, I don't know if you know her, the Caucasian lady, her name is Chelsea Handler. She dated 50 Cent. Right.
50 Cent,
and
the comedian.
She dated 50 Cent. Right. The comedian chick. Absolutely. She had a talk show for a minute. And I remember her saying on her talk show, she was making a comment about people make the statement, and I just thought he was crazy for even entertaining her, because I think she's a lightweight racist, but that's another topic another day. Right. But she made a comment about people making this statement, once you go black, you never go back. And she was like, well, I did. And then trying to make it like a joke. And I get it. She's also a comedian, right? So she could be just looking herself for content or reaction, right? But I read in between things as well. But needless to say, the point of my story is she talked about trying to keep up with 50. And she said she felt like an idiot when she went out, and I think she said she brought a Bentley trying to keep up with him. And then come to find out, when she saw him again, and they had already dated, and they were not in each other's lives in a romantic capacity, but she said they still remain to be cool. And then she seen him, and then I don't know if they were coming out of a restaurant or she was coming in, he was coming out, but the valet brought his vehicle. And she was just like, oh, well, when did you get that new toy? Like, what's going on with the Bentley or whatever? And he was like, I didn't own that. I was leasing that. So again, she went out trying to keep up with this dude off of the persona of what she thought he was doing. So to answer your question, it's because women are getting in these situations where, even down to these housewives, right? They're trying to keep up with these personas of what they think men are doing. Right. And so we're all getting lost in translation here, because what we see not necessarily may be what it is. Now, granted, I'm sure 50 could afford that Bentley, but he was smart enough to lease it so that he can turn that in and get something else when he got bored with it. But she actually went out and purchased the daggone car. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so, you know what I mean? Trying to keep up with this dude. And you didn't even really know the backstory. You know why? Because you didn't ask the questions. You went based on what you saw and what you assumed. And then you now trying to keep up with this guy. You know what I mean? And it's sad because we are becoming a society no more of reality, but we're following people on reality, quote unquote, unrealistic TV, right? Because these, you know, even down to women are taught that we are supposed to be taken care of by a man. Let's be very clear. That is what you are taught. You are supposed to serve your man and take care of your man so that your man can take care of you and the household. And so at the end of the day, if you got now where you're kind of like out of that realm, because we are taught, whether we like to acknowledge it or not, we're taught that the dollar is the bottom line. And we can get on the morals and your virtues and your values and all that other stuff. But let's just keep it real. Everything about anything is always going down to it. It's gonna, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. That's just what it is. It's just what it is. So let's just keep it real and at least acknowledge that. Now, once we acknowledge that, well, if I'm the one making the coin and you as a man are not making what I make, we've already lost some sort of substance. So now the onus really becomes on you. And do you allow your ego to let you run away with the ideal, like, oh, well, no, I need somebody less than me? Or because I've had people being in a melting pot that is New York City. I no longer live there, but being in the melting pot that is New York City, I've had nothing but a lot of male friends because I got 2 older brothers. So I've always been around guys, and I genuinely am cool with guys more than I am with females, although I keep my female squad too. But at the end of the day, I've heard men automatically, I'm not dating a woman that makes more than me. You don't already counted somebody out before you even see what she can bring to the value of the table. So that tells me, making the money that I make, I'm very, very low key. You know what I'm saying? Because I already know that might be a deterrent. And it's not that I'm purposely lying to you, but an omission is a lie regardless, right? So I won't cop to where I'm at if it's the beginning of a romantic state, because I already know indirectly 9 times out of 10, I'm going to turn them off. Now, there is going to be some diamonds in the rough that probably would not be scathed by it. But for the most part, I already know I can like literally see some of the life come out of their face once they know what field I'm in and the type of money I make. Like,
so
and it's
in your opinion, is that you see a lot of intimidation? You see a lot of intimidation?
Absolutely. So
is it intimidation? Is it intimidation because of what you make, or because of maybe your demeanor, or maybe because of a misconception of, oh, she seems like she's too strong of a woman, you know what I'm saying?
I've heard that too. I had a gentleman that I went to school with. I mean, when I tell you he went through hell and high water, I do not have a very strong social presence. It may seem like I do, because I've engaged on panels with different YouTube content creators, but that's literally been me coming out of my comfort zone and basically just engaging more over the past couple of years, because at the end of the day, we can always do self-improvement, right? And so I kind of cocoon myself or whatever have you. I kind of been, not necessarily, I don't want to use the word introvert, but I've had introverted tendencies, right? When it comes to certain things. So like this here, me, like I've been on YouTube for years. Me actually feeling comfortable enough to come up on somebody's panel and talk and just share my personal experience, that's literally been within the past, not even full 2 years, real talk. I feel that, yes, 9 times out of 10, I had somebody, like I said, went through hell and high water to find me. And like I said, I no longer reside in New York. I'm about 900 miles away from where I originally grew up. This person grew up with me as well. And I don't have a very strong social media presence. So, therefore, when they found me, how they found me is because through the Freedom of Information Act, and that's for any of us who don't know that, because I recently learned that myself. When you purchase a property, now the law basically gives your information away. You have to go through a whole bunch of strings to make your information personalized or whatever have you. So whatever numbers you use in terms of phone numbers to contact you when you were going through your closings and stuff like that, it's crazy to me.
Right.
So but needless to say, I've owned my present home for 7 years. It's solely in my name. The deed and everything, title is in my name. And so that released my information. And I didn't know enough at that time to basically block certain information that you wouldn't be able to get to me. So needless to say, this person reached out to me a few months back, and the first thing I kept saying was, how did you get my information? Because the last time we were in contact, we didn't even have cell phone numbers, and you're contacting me on my cell phone number. So, and then I'm like calling up my dad, and I'm like, hey, did anybody like leave a message for me? Because that my dad still has a landline, and he's had that number since I was in high school.
Right.
So
Right.
he was like, yeah, no, I don't have any messages or anything for you. And I'm like, somebody's trying to get in contact with me that the last time we were in contact, we had beepers. So there wasn't even cell phones. And needless to say, I linked up with this person or whatever have you, and, invited them to, my home or whatever have you. And even though I could see and I could hear the words, and they're like, oh my God, your home is beautiful. Like, this is just you. Like, yeah, like I did this by myself or whatever. Oh, wow, this is really nice. This is really blah, 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 and I'm just like, yeah. So, we're catching up and we're talking and everything. And it's just like, I could see, and just by certain comments that were being made, like you're automatically telling me, oh, well, you can do this in your house or whatever have you. And I'm just like, okay, yeah, I'm not really interested in that. Well, you should do this because this is what I did in my house. Like, it became a competition.
Right.
And
Right.
I'm just like, dude, all I did was invite you to my home so we could have like dinner, catch up on like old times. Like, I haven't spoken to you in decades. So like, yeah, I don't need a home improvement type of lesson here, but okay, and he's just like, but yeah, like this is really, really not, wow, your house has like really good bones and this and this and that. And I'm like, yeah, I did good. I did my research when I think, oh, you did this by yourself, like nobody helped you. Well, of course, I mean, you always ask, I have a big brother that's not too far or whatever have you. Yeah, I have my big brother come and look because that's his specialty. He does carpentry and stuff like that. But for the most part, no. I picked out my house and I knew what things to look for and the stuff that I did. And, I didn't have a problem with asking, well, what else should I look for before I bought a house? Because I had a condo prior to that. So this is my first time purchasing a home. And I was just like, yeah, I didn't have a problem with asking if I needed to ask for something. Like, I don't profess to know it all or whatever have you, but I knew pretty much, like I wanted like brick and I wanted this and stuff like that. And, like I just knew certain things to look for, whatever have you. I needed to know like the irrigation, the plumbing and all that other good stuff. Like I knew certain questions to ask, and it just literally began, oh yeah, because when I got my house, it was this, and that. And I was just like, okay, that's what's up. And then it's just like, yeah, and then I did this, and then I'm just like, okay. And I'm like, well, I didn't really have to do much to my home. Again, my home is relatively a new home too. And that may play. And I was just like, how old is your home? Well, that doesn't matter. And I'm like, no, it does matter. Like, like different things like that. But like I said, it just became a competition. And so
Right.
now it was just like, oh, well, unlike yourself, I mean, I think I did okay. I mean, I didn't get a double bachelor's. And I'm like, how did my accomplishments become like the enemy me have stayed here. Like, you're in my home, so yeah, you see I have 2 degrees or whatever have you. But again, this doesn't make me think that I'm better than you or anybody else. This is what I needed to do for me. This is what I wanted for me. And so, like I said, it was the tables was turned. Now, when you had a blanket statement of who you thought I was and where you thought I lived or whatever you assumed that I had, it was one thing. But then once it became a reality, like, wow, she's doing pretty well for herself, it then became a competition. And it's
Yeah.
just like, and then at that point, it becomes a little bit like, hostile, because it's just like, I'm like, well, what did you look me up for? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was the purpose of this? Because
Right.
now
You never wanted to turn into a competition,
right.
So it's one of those things where, men and women need to learn that healthy balance, you know what I'm saying? And so
Absolutely. Because I feel like if you would have came and if my house was run down, or hell, let's just say I'm living not in the best of circumstances, like in an apartment or something, I think it would have gone much better. So now it tells me this is not even really, this is more so about your ego and what you feel like. Because I feel like he made a comment that basically indirectly, and don't quote me verbatim, again, this was a few months ago, but you indirectly made a comment like, well, there's nothing like I can do for you. And I'm like, well, how do you know? Like, because see, I'm not looking for a man to provide me a home and something. You're absolutely correct. I've done that for myself. I don't need you to provide me with a brand new car, truck, or anything. I've done that for myself. But what you do contribute to my life is the importance of that companionship, is of that mate. And even with that, I'm still growing. So we can still help each other in other areas. But you totally lost sight of that because you had this persona of you coming in, and excuse my language, being Captain Save-A-Ho, and this one didn't need to be saved. So now you done, went into another area and then what I did gather from, because I've learned to listen as much as I talk, if not more listening than I talk. And what I've gathered is that you, in your past few relationships, you've helped to build these women up, and where you're looking at me, and I'm not saying this is my story, but where you're looking at me like, well, there's no room for improvement, it's nothing I can do for her, it was a turn off for you. And especially when I've been in the presence of men who literally have off the rip been like, yeah, nah, Miss Boogie Down, I can't date a woman that's making more than me. So, I don't care how bad she is. I don't care how good she looks. Now, I need to make more than the woman. Why? That's just money. Money is out here to be made.
Right.
So why is that your limitation? Like, you are automatically counting out really good prospective people, in my opinion, or women, in my opinion, if you're letting something like monetary throw you off and say, no, I'm not attracted to her because she makes more than me. That just sounds like crazy work there to me. Like, right. It just sounds outright, without judging, but judging sounds stupid.
Right.
But that.
Let me read this. Let me read this chat right. I mean this poll right quick. It says. Let me read and we close it out. It says 52% said yes to love, and 35% says only if they're driven. 5% say no, I need a provider, and 5% says tried it, but never again. So, Kevin, what do you think about this this subject? About would you want to be with a woman that made more than you, or it doesn't matter?
Hi, Kevin.
How you doing, Mr. Boogie Down? How you doing?
I'm okay.
I mean, it wouldn't matter to me, long as she be genuine, a genuine person, and got her head on straight. I really wouldn't care. You know what I'm saying? I really would.
I got you. Okay. We need more men. We need more men to speak up instead of y'all being in the chat. Y'all sitting up there, man. Men are giving your opinion. In the chat. But yeah, man. A lot of people said 52%. They would vote on yes.
May I ask SBK, for yourself as well as Mr. Kevin, have you guys dated women who've made more than you?
No, I never have. You know what I mean?
Okay.
No, I never dated
uh,
anyone.
You see,
uh,
and that's what you need. You need a man up there, in my opinion, who has dated a woman who made more,
oh
because
no,
I think that
I take that back. Yes, I did. Yes, I have.
you did. You
Yeah, I
did.
did. But
Okay.
but
Like how long ago?
probably about this was about 10 years ago. This person worked for the city, was a city official, and so made really good money for herself. You know what I'm saying? Got transferred to another city that's close by here. Um, but the thing about that was that it wasn't, you know, she didn't act like it. You know what I mean? She made six figures, but didn't, um, as far as her demeanor, as far as the way that she acted. No, she was just a normal person. So I made less than she did, but didn't treat me any less. Didn't like, look down on me or anything like that. So,
And I promise you, the average one of us wouldn't. But what my issue is that we're not being given a shot. And especially if you know somebody like in your same field, so they pretty much already, like this is pretty much where you're going to probably meet people, right? You're meeting people between school and work or whatever. It's not very popular anymore to be able to meet somebody just out and about, or unless somebody is hooking you up with someone, and even in that case, they've already probably given your resume to the person, because 9 times out of 10 you've given the resume to your friend, like, oh yeah, he's this and he lives here and he's got this, he's a good guy or whatever have you, and vice versa. So my thing is, I'm very curious for the fellas that have dated women that make more than them. Like, how did they feel? Because a lot of times I feel, and I don't know it to be true for every situation, but because I do have more male friends than I have female friends, I find it that it is an underlying intimidation with men, and then it automatically kind of puts us females that's out here really bossing it up in a whole different category. And I don't think it's always as positive. I mean,
I think the
I
general
can only take yours and Kevin's word for it that, you would be open to it, but I don't find that it's very popular.
it
No,
might
it's
not
not.
be
It's not.
it might
It's
not be
not.
popular, but it's one of those things where I can only speak for myself that man, I I'm sorry, but I look at it this way. When a lot of times, whenever, and it all goes back to what you were talking about, social media, and in today's time, women have a lot of women these days, as my boy Urban always says, modern women these days have modern women. That means not all women, ladies. So modern women these days, I'm making that specific. Modern women these days have the tendency to look down on men that actually do some hard work, manual work. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I'm not going to be with a man that does that, and it's
That's
made
true.
fun.
You
It's
ain't
made,
lying. That's
and
true. You ain't lying.
so I know that guys, um, I know guys today, you know what I mean, that are not, they make more. I know guys that are blue collar workers. All right, we call blue collar workers, um, doing very well from themselves, and they are, everything is paid for. Um, they can retire whenever they want to, but women choose to look over them because of the job that they do. You know what I mean? And so I see that on a daily basis. And so I listen, especially to the young people, the young ladies. They look down. They look down on men that actually making an honest living, and they're blue collar workers, and they're making, they make six figures. Some of them, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I see that.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm not knocking that, and that also, and I'm glad you brought that up, because that slipped my train of thought too. If I were the type of woman, as a 50-year-old woman, if I was the type of woman who is into younger guys, um, in that realm, like maybe 30, 35, I think I would have a match made in heaven. Because realistically, I find that age group can appreciate what I bring to the table and I could appreciate them. So therefore, even if I am making more than them, I don't feel like the younger dudes would have. I'm just not into younger dudes. I have one child and he's 26. I'm not interested in dating anybody his friend's age. That's just the
Okay,
bottom
so
line.
what is your dating cutoff?
My dating cutoff for me would probably be like early to mid 40s. That's as far as like the youngest I would date. And then the oldest I would date would probably be like maybe no more than 10 years my senior, because I don't want somebody significantly so much older that has already accomplished so many things. I want somebody that I could grow with. And unfortunately, if even though he may have the desires that I like in terms of like a 30, 35-year-old male, because I know for a fact they are not intimidated by it. They kind of find a sexiness to a older woman like myself doing, as they say, got her own bag. I have a 25-year-old that's going to be 26. And I'm not trying to date his friends. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. But at the end of the day, if I didn't have children, maybe I would be more. If I didn't have a child, excuse me, maybe I would have been more open to that, because I'm finding that a 50-year-old dude that hasn't accomplished what I've accomplished, he's looking for somebody younger. He's looking for somebody that he can mold. He's looking for somebody that he can direct. And he's looking for somebody who doesn't have as much of a strong opinion as I have for myself. My opinion is where it is because I've been here and I've done this for a half a century. And I've been a professional person since I've graduated college 27 years ago. And so I am set in certain ways. So 9 times out of 10, if I meet a guy my age, he is not looking for me. He is looking for somebody 10, 15, 20 years his junior, so that he can mold her the way he wants her to be. And if, like I said, if my circumstances were different and I didn't have the priorities that I have, I would definitely date a younger dude, because I'm telling you, I've been in their presence and I love their optimism. I love what they got to say and I love their openness. Like women, sometimes we get categorized because we have, baggage, and we come along and sometimes we can become bitter. I think a lot of men don't acknowledge how bitter they are too. And I'm talking about older dudes. Like in my age group, they don't acknowledge how bitter they are too. And so therefore, when they're looking for a younger lady, they're looking for a fresh start. I don't want nobody that's bitter and got baggage, but bro, you got baggage too. And so, like, to keep it light, because I don't want this to be a woman versus a man thing or whatever have you. But like I said, I just wish that my circumstances were a little different, where I could be a little bit more open to certain circumstances, because I definitely would be with somebody that's probably like about 35 years old easily and wouldn't think nothing less of it, because I feel like I would be appreciated for what I have. And if nothing else, he's more so, it would be a healthy competition where he's trying to get where his woman is at, like, and he's literally walking proud, like, yo, my chick is a bad bitch and she's doing XYZ. As for where I find people in my age group are a little older, them men are bitter too. And they are not looking at, they're looking like, oh, she thinks she all that, or nah, she got too much mouth, or no, she's not. No, they're looking for somebody to train. And then you're going to end up being like Shannon Sharp, because you look for that trained monkey right there. Because these young girls are running with a whole different game plan too. But at the end of the day, that's my thought process on that.
All right. I got a new poll, y'all. This is the last poll I'm gonna put up, and I want you guys to look at this last poll here. And This is a very, very, very controversial poll. All right. So I want you guys to look at the poll. I want you to vote. All right. Can a relationship survive without great sex?
Hell no. And now I can
Yes.
come down.
I gotta agree with her on that one.
Hell no.
Yes, there's love. No. Physical matters. Maybe.
Oh, it matters.
Depends on the bond. Only with side
It matters.
options.
Whoever said don't, they tell the damn lie to don't.
All of you,
That's right, Kev.
all of you women that are, I see you, Bonds. Hey, Bonds. I see you, Bonds. All of you women that are in the chat saying, I voted honestly, come on up. The link is pinned. Come on up. But before I let other people come up, we talk about this subject. I'm going to play a few commercials. By the way, Miss Boogie Down, tell us about your channel. You're a content creator. Tell us about the channel.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm on. No, I'm not. I'm
You're
not.
not a content creator? Okay,
I'm not.
okay. I got you. You're just a supporter. I got you.
I support
Okay.
good content creators like yourself. And I said what I said, Vons. I support the good stuff.
I appreciate you. I'm gonna. I got a couple. Let's go to a commercial break. We got this last poll. Can a relationship survive without great sex?
No, it cannot.
No. Maybe. Or only with side options. I want you guys to vote. Go ahead and vote now. And the link is pinned.
Okay.
All of you men and you women that are talking in the chat, you need to come up and explain your answers. Give me your answers. Bring your ass up here and explain your answer. This is the last poll we got. Bring your ass up here and talk about it. Let's talk about it. All right, let's go. All right. I want to say shout out to the great T-Cat. Kevin, I don't know if you was
Yeah, I heard you said she got in an accident.
Yeah, she got in an accident, and I just text her. Thank you, Miss Boogie Down, for coming up. I appreciate
her for real.
But T-Cat was in a car accident, ladies and gentlemen. The great T-Cat that does our artwork that you see, that does our videos. She was in a car accident yesterday morning. She went to go to Starbucks in Dallas and was in a car accident. From what she told me, kind of screwed up one side of her car. She's not sure if it's, from what she told me, she's not sure if the car is salvageable or not. But she ended up breaking her arm. All right, she ended up breaking her arm, and she's got screws and plates. She broke her wrist and part of her arm. So she got screws and plates in. She says she's doing well, just pain, but she's but she is she's in a lot of pain. So I text her and talked to her a little bit before the show, and she had surgery today. And she had surgery.
I seen when she typed that in yesterday.
Yep.
She got to have surgery on the arm.
Right. She got surgery today, and I talked to her. Didn't want to call her and her rest or whatever, but she's doing well. She's doing well, but y'all keep her in your thoughts. You hear? She's a hard worker. She's gonna be out of work for about 2 weeks because.
I kind of figured that much. When you have surgery, you're gonna be out for a minute. So,
facts. So she's gonna be out for a while. So, T-Cat, if you're listening to this, I know you're gonna be listening to the, but we love you and wish you a speedy recovery. So y'all keep her in your thoughts. All right. But she's doing fine. She's doing well. She's doing really well. You know what I mean? She would be up here talking crazy tonight if it wasn't for her being in an accident today. But you guys, y'all keep her in your thoughts here. So, but the poll is up, ladies and gentlemen.
And, I can't wait to hear this.
And we need some, we need some of y'all. I know Vaughn said she can't come up. Thank y'all for coming up. I saw Lonnie came up earlier. Thank you, Lonnie. I acknowledged you while this Boogie Down was talking, but I'm trying to figure out who you are. Y'all better hurry up. But anyways, we have somebody that is in the back chat, and you guys will be amazed who's in the back chat. And I'm going to bring her up right now.
Hey, man. How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm here in the hospital bed, chilling.
You in the hospital bed chilling, and you up here with me?
Yeah.
Are you high?
Not now.
You not now?
I told you.
You cutting out. You cutting out. You cutting out.
Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Now, how you doing? How you feeling? For real though, how you feeling?
I'm like upset at the whole thing because only thing I wanted was some damn coffee. I go every morning to Starbucks the same way every day. And this man pulled out on an illegal U-turn, from the right lane. I was in the left, and he just all of a sudden just made a U-turn, while everybody was driving on the doggone street. He had a F-150 truck with a trailer. And when you have a trailer on the back of your truck, it's going to take you time to make that U-turn.
Yeah.
And he was trying to make a wide U-turn. And so I couldn't avoid to hit them because I was going like the speed limit 30 miles per hour. Luckily a cop was behind me and
Right.
seen everything.
So he saw everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were trying to keep me at the exit. I was like, man, I'm in pain so bad that I never been in pain like this before that I almost faint.
Oh yeah. So did it break you? Did it break your? Did
It
it break?
broke my it's a bone in your forearm. It broke that in pieces. And then I broke my wrist as well. So I had to get a plate and screws today in surgery.
Hey, right or left hand?
My left hand. Thank the
Oh,
Lord. It wasn't my right because my right is my dominant.
yeah, that's your dominant. Right. That's good. But it's not good that But you know what I'm saying. I mean, I'm just glad you're all right. You know what I'm saying.
So I
Yeah.
couldn't work for 2 weeks. So what the hell I'm gonna do with my damn self with one arm? You
Yeah.
know.
Well, we're gonna have to. I guess we're gonna have to. I guess I'm gonna have to go live a few times so I can keep you. So, man, you had me, man. I knew something wasn't right because
I didn't tell you good morning that morning.
you didn't, and so I text you. And I saw that it was red, and that's not like you to read my text and not to send.
Yeah, because my phone was coming back alive in the ER. Because in the ER they don't have no signal for your phone. You have to get on their Wi-Fi. And
Right,
their Wi-Fi was down when I was there. So it didn't come back alive until I got my room.
right. Damn. So I saw where you had read it. I was like, man, something ain't. I knew something wasn't right. Either you were busy or I just something in my mind was like something ain't right. But when
And
you
I
told
answer you right back. And
yeah,
then then I be trying to beat you to tell you good morning. So
right. You said I beat you, and you and Joe got this thing. I beat you, y'all beat you. You know what I mean? So, but damn man. So damn. I'm just glad that you're all right. You know what I mean?
I can't even clean under my right arm. You know what I'm saying? I'm up here trying to do it with my right arm, clean under there. So I won't smell like no damn animal up in here. You know,
So how long they gonna keep you in there?
I don't know. Because my blood sugar is up. So
Oh,
they've been working to keep that down.
so
And
did that somehow spike your blood sugar?
I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? They up here got me on this diabetic regimen and everything, but it's fine. It's fine. But I'm
But
eating though.
but you've never been a diabetic, right?
Yeah, I've been a diabetic before the
Oh,
surgery.
oh, okay. Oh, before your surgery, before your procedure.
Uh,
Oh, okay. I got you. Well, I've been having everybody last night. I had everybody. Well, you were in the chat a little bit. I had everybody.
I had to go to sleep. I was like, okay, I came in. I'm gonna go back to sleep.
I
And,
knew you. I knew you had to get some rest. And
yeah, because I got a good view of downtown Dallas and everything in this hotel room. And it's
uh-huh.
like a festival or something over there. They got it all colorful and everything. So I'm thinking I'm in Vegas somewhere, and then a nurse came here and she scared me because I had actually just went to sleep. Everybody started messing with me. She came in and picked my vitals and everything, and give me some more medicine. Because I was in pain yesterday. I was in pain. I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
I got you. So they got lit up downtown, huh?
It looked like an Easter egg down there. You know, that got a good view downtown Dallas. And then they told me I can't wear no panties. I was like, I gotta wear some panties. You know,
Why they don't want to let you do that?
my panties. You can't wear panties for surgery.
Oh, for surgery you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, serious. Hey, love. Well, you crazy as hell.
I was like, man, I feel so naked. I got no doggone drawers, my booty out. And then, like, in order for me to have the surgery, I think they pulled down my damn, unbuttoned and everything. So the man came in here, give me my lunch. I think my titty was out. You know, he's like, I see it all the time.
Say good night, Dior. Good night. Oh my God! So they got you. You feel. You see what I said. What I said. You gotta air out. You gotta air out, bro.
Yeah.
Joe said, "Leave her aired out. Leave her aired out, bro."
It was a crazy day yesterday, and I was like, "This is Friday. This is my favorite day, and this happened to me." So I don't even know if I'm gonna, if I'm gonna get COVID or what. I had to, send it to the pound because I didn't want to people in the streets. You know,
Right.
I wasn't thinking because I could have had them, send my car to, to my house.
Right. Well, so you don't know how long you're gonna be in there, huh?
So that I might get out tomorrow, maybe Monday. Everything gets the same one way. And then too, I have a group kid. They ain't gonna make that offer until you keep.
Right.
So you get a whole bunch of things, talking and all this other stuff. So,
yeah, they're trying to get you. They're trying to get all your bodily functions to work. So
on that Michael Jackson drugs and everything stuff, I'm feeling fine. They kept shooting me up with a whole bunch of pain medication, so I'm feeling good.
You feel? I can tell. She said, "I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good." So this happened. Yes, this happened yesterday. I mean, hold on. Yesterday morning. Yesterday morning, right?
Yesterday morning. Yep, early in the morning, like 6 o'clock in the morning.
That's crazy.
Hey.
That's crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. Well, I'm glad you all right, man. Man, get your rest.
Yeah, he gonna need it. He gonna need it.
Get your rest. And while we're at it, since we're up here, we're gonna get you out of your shell. So what do you think about this question that I done pulled up? You think
what's the question? We read it.
Okay, so I'm gonna read it to you. So do you think a relationship can survive without sex? Without great sex? Yes.
No.
If there's love, no. Physical matters, maybe, depends on the bond, or only with side options. What do you think?
I would say yes and no. It's because the reason why I say it that way is because, like, if you start off in a relationship, no. So, like, if you can be with like 15 to a year, maybe 5 years, so it's not going to start. But, like, if you can get a person,
bro, you can't hear you. You sound. It sounds like something is over your phone or something.
No, nothing over the phone. Am I out now?
I think you're all right.
Is it all right?
Okay, now I can hear you.
Okay. But I say yes and no. The reason why I say yes and no is, like, if you first start off in a relationship and only been in a relationship for 5 years or something like that, like a newlywed, stage in your relationship, it's not going to survive without sex. But, like, if you've been with somebody like 30, 50 years, you know what I'm saying, you will survive without sex.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because you've been with that person so long, y'all had so much sex that, y'all both, y'all older, y'all both old together, and sex wouldn't even matter at that point.
Okay. Kevin, go ahead. You had some thoughts on that.
I already told you what it was.
He said no.
That's what I
absolutely said no. No. That's
but I can't wait to hear what the results gonna be.
Well, right now it's saying it's a pretty close. Well, pretty close. So
that's right now.
y'all can come on up. Can a relationship survive without great sex? Yes, if there's love. No, physical matters. Maybe, depends on the bond, or only with side options. And I'm very curious because a lot of the people that I would like to have come up here and explain their answers, they can't come up. um, Teresa, hey Teresa. Teresa said, "Nope, physical matters."
See, like I said.
Yeah, in the ghetto relationship, that physical matter. Like if you've been with your man for 20 years, you know how that dick tastes, and you know what I'm saying. So cause some of y'all men, y'all think it, won't get as hard as it used to. So you gotta compromise.
You got compromise.
That's why I said a man that I be with, he have to have a good combo. So maybe because I'm there for the long haul, you know. So he gonna have to have a good combo.
You're gonna have to have a good combo, huh?
Just in case, his thing ain't working, and I'm not as horny as I used to be.
That's what I'm saying, because bodies change. You know what I'm saying? If that
Yeah,
man can't get it up,
that's
then
true
it's
too.
or if he's, but a lot of things come into play when it comes to things not working. Especially, I don't want to speak for a man, but when you're not taking care of yourself like you should, you've got high blood pressure,
Diabetes.
Diabetes. You're gonna have to walk around with a limp noodle. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you ain't gonna be as active. So that woman gonna have to really love you, but if you can't make it work.
Yes,
yeah,
seriously.
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
But
Yeah.
CT cat, I feel like, I feel like T cat that you ain't having it.
I'm not having it cause I haven't had sex in 7 years, so I'm not having it. No. But like if I get with a man, and we've been together for 15 years together at my big age, and I'm 47 right now. And we've been together for 15 years. I'm not gonna expect him to perform like he did in our younger years. He's just gonna have to have a good conversation to keep me interested. You know, and I
All
have
right.
to, I'm gonna make him laugh because I always make your butt laugh. You almost be over there dying.
I'll be dying I'll be dying talking to you, because you be, boy, yeah, I'll be dying.
Yeah,
But
he
yeah,
over there choking and stuff like he on a good weed.
yeah, I'm on, like I need a damn I'm on that good ganja. But hey, I said what? Great panel. Great panel. How you doing?
Well, thank you very much.
I'm
We
hey
be
man,
over there roasting.
I'm proud of what you guys are doing. Man, I'm proud of what you're doing, man, with your channel, man. It's popping over there. I think I was like 70 something odd people over there, man. Y'all talking about buckwheat. You know what I mean? Y'all talk about buckwheat and talk about, I was like, woo wee, but y'all you popping over there. I'm I was listening the whole time, you know what I mean? So
You don't
but
think we're going too hard on him?
no, not really, because I can understand why y'all I can understand why he's a scammer, man, but
Trash.
yeah, straight up garbage.
Yeah.
But I saw your comments in the chat
Okay.
a minute ago about this poll. Urban is being a keyboard gangster. I'm trying to get Urban.
He being a keyboard gangster today.
Yeah, he's being a keyboard gangster. I'm trying to call him out of the bushes, but I saw your comments in the chat about about this current.
SBK, I'm finna get ready to jump off, and I'm finna roll over here and go to sleep and
All right.
everything.
Are you still airing out, TK?
Yes, I'm still airing out and everything. I haven't gotten out the bed. They had put an alarm on my bed.
Yeah.
Oh, they did.
Yeah. So
you got your drip in your hand, or you can hit the pump.
no, they come in and give it to me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they give me all my medication.
So they ain't really giving you the good stuff then, huh?
I had got some morphine in the
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. They normally give you that morphine drip, and they put that IV in there, and you just pump it up when you feel good.
Yeah, they gave me some more. They shot me up with morphine 2 times because I was in pain, y'all. I was in pain. My whole arm it's like when if you look at my arm, it's like I had like a big ass dent in my forearm.
Well, I had surgery. I had carpal tunnel surgery on my arm, so I know exactly what you're talking about. So I totally understand. But they gave me a morphine pump. That's why I was asking you if they gave you
Oh
that.
no, I told them don't give me no big drugs, don't give me no oxycontin, don't give me none of that.
Yeah,
You know.
you ain't trying to be hooked when you get off, huh?
Yeah, I ain't trying to be
Yeah,
no drug daddy on Harry Hines trying to give me trying to get some
right.
heroin.
Uh, back over there by the club.
Yeah, about the club trying to
I
get on
forgot
my
the name
knees
of the
and suck for
club.
some heroin.
Say, listen, when I was there in Dallas, some of my coworkers used to go to that club at lunchtime. I'm just saying, and that's where they ate their lunch. I say, wings and cooch, huh? Okay, I wouldn't eat there.
I won't eat that. They said that the strip clubs they had the best wings though.
That's what I heard. Those
Well,
guys used to go for lunch, so I don't know.
was this a strip club? Strip? Was,
Yeah. What's the name of that street? It's
On Harry Hines, there's a lot of them
well,
on
it's
Harry
out, yeah,
Hines.
but it's one off of Harry Hines though.
So they got when I used to be over there, it used to be like lipstick and then like they had like this sex shop and you could buy coins and watch porn over there.
Hmm.
Um
What was I want to say? It's not Capitol Way, but it's got some name like Washington. I forgot the name of that street that it's on, but it's like one of them side streets off of Harry Hines. Is where they have their
mhm.
like off in the back there. Over there by the Mary Kay building and back over that way.
Oh, okay, I know
You know
you're
what I'm
talking about,
talking
but
about now? Yeah.
they have a gentleman's club over there too, like the stripping
Yeah,
guys.
yeah, that's where
Yeah,
they used to go for lunch.
no,
Off of
no,
Northwest
no, they have
Highway.
like stripper guys for the ladies.
Oh,
The
for the
guys
ladies
who
too.
strip. Uh-huh.
y'all see what
I
Joe
went over
typed?
there.
Y'all see what Joe typed? Is this what said Northwest
Yeah, Joe.
Highway?
Yeah, Joe know what I'm talking about off of
Yeah,
Northwest
Northwest
Highway.
Highway.
Uh-huh.
Y'all know. Y'all know exactly where they be at, huh?
Well, I told you, SBK, I was in Dallas for 30 years, so I know.
Okay,
And I used to work over there, so I know.
okay,
Right over there by the AMC Theater, so I know.
hmm But
Joe
yeah, I'm
said.
finna drop down, y'all, so I can go to sleep and
Oh,
everything.
I'm sorry, TK. You know we get to talking, and we got to keep you up here. But
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I
my
know y'all
fault.
have to keep
My
me
fault.
up here because I'm crazy as hell. Y'all
you
like to
crazy.
hear me talk.
I do anyway. And I
I
hope
do.
you feel better, sis. I really do.
Yeah, and thanks y'all for the prayers and everything. Sirius says, Selena, everybody. Thank y'all for the prayers and stuff. It really did help, you
Yeah.
know.
All right, I'll
Feel
be
better
checking in
soon.
up. I'll be checking in on you periodically.
Okay then.
All
Okay. You
right,
take
be
care of
All
careful.
yourself,
right.
TK.
All right, take that.
All right. All right. Bye y'all. Bye
All
Kevin.
right. Bye bye.
Bye.
Sorry about that, SBK. I didn't mean to make us stay a
No,
little bit longer, but I had to
no,
ask her that
no,
one question.
no, no, no. Don't apologize because this is, what I mean, because I was expecting for you to come up.
Yeah, I was just eating and getting it
Yeah, I
together
know
here.
you had to eat. I know you had to eat.
Yeah.
So, what you got on it? So this last poll I got, you see it. It says, can a relationship survive without great sex? Yes, if there's love. No, physical matters. Maybe depends on the bond. And the last option is only with side options.
Well, I'm
So
gonna go with three. If it depends on the bond, and like T Cat says, it depends on the age, because if you've been with your partner for 25, 30 years, like she said, you guys are used to each other. You know what the deal is, and so you may be tired, after 25 or 30 years anyway. So a lot of times, most relationships, after about 60, 65, something like that, they all become companionships anyway
Yeah. Yeah.
most of the time. So Kevin, I don't know what you talking about. So that's why I say Kevin must be young. He must be in his 20s or 30s, because yes,
No,
if you
I'm about 40.
yeah in your 40s, but still
42.
though, it's still yeah, but you still that's still kind of young. So yeah, it still will be important to you. But in about 15 or 20 years though, when gravity set in, okay, and you're gonna have that strap on. I'm just messing with
I
you.
don't know about all that, no.
You're gonna have to hold them up with that strap. Then it's not gonna be that much. I'm messing with you, Kevin.
I
You don't have
know.
you don't have to wear a strap at 60. But
I
I'm just
know.
saying, when gravity set in and things start going going south, then at the end of the day, it won't be that important to you, especially if you've been with your partner for a long time.
But yeah, that's true too.
So my question is that what do you say about the people that it's all about the physicality of it? That's my question. Especially now, a lot of women are not going to have it. They ain't going to have no man uh, uh, coming up short.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Exactly. Urban is triggered down here with the partner. A lot of women. What if your mate or your spouse or your girlfriend or significant other, and what if she is like not trying to hear you? What do you say to women? Miss, I said what I said. What do you say to women that are like, no, man, he gonna have to come with it? Is that woman too shallow, or does that woman have a point?
Are you saying it the way he look or the way he
No.
perform?
No. If that man comes up short, you know what I'm talking about. Come up short in the bedroom. What I mean by short, he's not performing. He's not performing.
It depends on how he performing now what he using to perform with. See.
Well, if he
Because
can't,
it's more than one tool in the toolbox. Kevin, you're tickle pink, can't Kevin?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I ain't gonna get too deep into it. But I know
Yeah,
what you mean.
and I'm trying to be nice about it, but it's more than one tool in the toolbox.
But this sometimes it's not about being nice. Besides, I said what I said. It's about being honest and being real about it. It's all about.
But I am being honest and I am being real.
I know you are.
So that's why I said it's more than one tool in the toolbox, and it's different strokes for different folks of which tool that you like the most.
Okay. So basically, what you're saying is that a man and a woman they should dig down deep into the toolbox.
There you go.
When the tough gets when
the going get tough, you start going a different direction, and then you all right. So that mean it doesn't have to stop. You may stop it doing it a different type. You may, it may stop one certain way because of age and medication or health or what have you. But as long as you can, drink water and chew your food, you should be okay.
And eat your beats, ladies and gentlemen. Eat your beats. So you look. I'm not as young as what you think I am. Miss, I said what I said. I'm not as young. You'd be surprised at how old I am.
Okay.
But I'm just speaking. I'm speaking for. Okay. For example, my content and my audience, you'll be surprised. My audience ranges from the ages of 35 to 55 and up.
Yeah.
Right? So those are that is my audience.
That's why I gave that answer, because if you're younger, then yes, it definitely makes a difference when you're younger, but when you get older, you have to get creative,
Right.
Yeah.
But look, you're spitting out game, and I respect that. You're spitting out game.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of women are not going to have the patience to endure a lot of come shortages. You know what I'm saying? Like this young lady right here. She says, not all men use or know how to use their tools or choose not to use. You know what I mean? So
but that's a personal choice.
Okay. That's a personal choice. But it could be a personal choice. But patience could run out. I'm just playing. And
I understand what you're saying, because I have family members that they're older than me and they're like, absolutely not. And that's why I said it's different strokes for different folks.
No, Vons, I'm not 60.
but that's why I say different strokes for different folks, and that's why sometimes you see these older women with younger guys. Okay, and they're with them for a reason. But it's like you got to pick the lesser evil. Yeah, you can be with a younger guy, But when you get too old, what is he gonna do? Because
He
you're
gonna
gonna be
move
about
on.
70. You're gonna be
He
about
gonna move on.
yeah,
He
he's
gonna go
gonna
to
move
the
on. So
next.
then, you're gonna be stuck out like Chuck. You're gonna be stuck
Yep.
like Chuck by
Mhm.
yourself.
Yep.
So why waste your time with some kid when you can just have, when you can, and at the end of the day, let's just keep it real. A lot of women that's towards 60 or 65 or what have you, a lot of them, it's just a few of them that's still extremely active, but most women by the time we hit 60, 65, we're not that active either. We don't expect to have relations 4 or 5 times a week as like you do when you're in your 30s or 40s.
Okay, I have a question. Is it true? Excuse me. Is it true that you guys are at your sexual peak in your 40s?
Yes, 45, 40, 40. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 40, anywhere from 40 to almost 60. Yes.
Sexual peak from 40, you said 45 to
I say
60?
I say 40, 40 to 60.
Golly.
I know.
So y'all be like,
Yes.
uh, golly. So that is true.
Yeah, it's true.
So you would think, and with men, scientifically, they say it's for us, it's like
18 to 40.
yeah, 18 to 40.
Yeah. And I was surprised about the 40 because I didn't really think that, guys kind of wore down at 40. I thought that was kind of young.
Yeah, and like Vaughn says, she says, I heard older women do it. That's what I heard. That's why I'm asking. You know what I'm saying? Because that's real. I'm glad that an older woman, an older, woman up here who's very wise can answer these questions because you can help us out. You can put
Yeah,
things
I
in.
feel like I'm on a job interview, but not getting the job. So go ahead.
Not the
I feel
job
like I'm on
interview.
a job interview,
No,
but
not
I'm
a
not.
job
But
interview.
I'm not. But I'm not gonna be considered for the job. But go ahead. I'll finish
No, no,
answering the
no,
question.
not the job interview. It's more. It's scientific. It's scientific and it's informative.
Okay.
It's a,
Yeah, it
it's a,
is. And she's absolutely right. Like I said, until and some women go up to 65,
Yeah,
68.
that's true.
It
Yeah.
depends on the woman and what shape she's in.
Yeah. You'll be
And
surprised what you see
yeah,
out here
and,
today.
and today's woman can possibly go up to 70 if she keep herself in shape and she's
Yep.
exercising and
Mhm.
drinking her water and
Yep.
staying in good health. So yeah,
so
it could go a while for us.
okay. So what advice do you have for us men to keep up with y'all? What advice do you have?
Well, I'm not a man, so I don't, you know.
No, you don't have to be a man. You don't. Now, I said what I said. You don't have to be a man because look, I'm gonna answer for you. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not sure what you guys are gonna do. I guess you guys can maybe stay in shape and go
Look,
to the doctor. Make sure your health is good. That's one thing you could do. Drink water
y'all,
and
I'm
basically
gonna,
take care of yourself.
I'm gonna answer for you. Okay.
Okay,
Y'all,
good.
because I'm gonna say what y'all don't want to say. I feel like women do not want us when we're getting up there in age in 50s and 60s currently on medication, a bunch of medications, medications that are, you know what I'm saying, because those medications are going to affect
Yes,
everything.
exactly.
When I say everything, everything,
Everything.
everything.
And that's why sometimes it stop at 40 because they're on high blood pressure medication and diabetes medication.
True. That's what I'm saying. So I feel like if men take care of themselves now, then they wouldn't have to do all this stuff. But
And go to the doctor and get a checkup. You'll be surprised how many men don't want to get a yearly physical, and want to keep up with their health. That's the main factor, and that's the reason why so many black men clock out early because they will not go to the doctor and check on themselves. It's like they're afraid to find out the truth.
I mean, she ain't lying. I mean, that's true. I mean, she's not lying. You know,
So, okay. So back to the sex question, all right? So, so how important is it? Let's just get down to the nit. How important is it, Kevin? How important is it to you?
I mean, it all depends. It depends what your relationship. It depends what type of woman you have. I mean, she might want it in the morning, afternoon, night, all start all over again. You never know. It all depends on what woman you have. And then you might have some women just cool, relax, and don't even worry about it. You know,
But
it
what
all
is
depends.
what is your preference though?
I prefer. I want to. I'm just gonna say it. Shit, I need it. I need it. A morning, afternoon, night, next day. Shit, I ain't gonna lie. Nothing.
Okay. So
I'm just
basically,
being
that's
honest.
yeah. I mean, that's what he was asking you. What is your
Yeah.
preference right now? Yeah.
You
So,
see how he was kind of giving a vague answer. I said what I said.
well, he tried to put it back in our court.
He's
So I had to, pass the ball back to
You had to
him.
reel it back in.
Yeah,
Pass it
call foul. That's a foul ball, and flag on the play and get back to you.
Oh, she kind of like the OG, so she got a lot of wisdom. So I had to respect it. You know what I'm
You
saying?
gotta
I
have,
really can't say that.
okay.
I really can't say that.
Yeah, but I shouldn't be on the channel if you can't talk. If you can't talk in front of me, okay? That's why I'm on the channel. So trust me. You must have been up here when T-Cat been up here. She's just
He
out of commission right now.
she's out of commission. So he wasn't up here when T-Cat was
Oh, when
going.
T-Cat be up here.
Nah,
Oh,
he,
okay.
Oh,
he,
I hear what she's saying now. You don't
Oh,
think
he,
I
was,
ain't listening. I heard what she's
he
saying.
listened from the bushes, but he wasn't actually on the panel.
oh,
No,
okay.
because it was an
See,
all women panel. So I was like, okay, it was very interesting what y'all had to say. You know what
okay.
I'm saying? I'm gonna leave it at that.
So Miss I said what I said. He, basically he's right about it depends. But see, look, man, a lot of women say, oh, if I love I love him. I'm just gonna be with him. Sex doesn't matter. Physicality doesn't matter. I call BS on that. Now I'm gonna tell you why. Because y'all need love and affection. Y'all need to be held. Y'all need to be pounded from time to time. I'm just saying
I mean, you ain't lying.
because because being at a certain age and time, wherever you're older or whatever, it's all good to get all the give your spouse or girlfriend kisses and sugar and all that and hold a hand and tap, but you want to be tapped in other ways too. You know what I mean? So
Well, you got some help though. I mean, it's not all hope is lost. Y'all got the Viagra, so I wouldn't be worried about it if I was y'all.
yeah, but I have my thoughts on that. I'm when men have to use that, I don't have any problem with that. But I prefer you as a man you getting those early morning wake up calls when somebody wakes up before you do. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Somebody wakes up before you do, and if you laying up against your significant other, oh, you finna get.
Well, I'm talking about when they don't wake up before you do, though, because it's
But
gonna come a time when they're not gonna wake up before you do, but it's still
true,
gonna be in your mind.
true.
Because that's normally what happens with a man. A lot of times they, unfortunately, age and time sets in, or health issues, and it still be in your mind, but you can't. It's just, and that's just where it's at, just only in your mind.
Okay, so here let's shift gears. Let's shift gears, y'all. All right, and y'all can join the chat. We getting ready to wrap this thing up, but we have an interesting conversation up here about sex, about sex. As, okay, let's shift gears. All right, so a lot of the times, and let's go back to this poll and see where we at on this poll. It says here 24% says yes. So far, 24% says to the question, can a relationship survive without great sex? 24% currently says yes if there's love. 18% says no, physical matters. 35% says maybe, depends on the bond. And 24% says only with side options. And the maybe depends on the bond is at 35% for right now. So what I was about to say, Kevin, and I said what I said. What I was about to say was this. We get on, okay, Shannon Sharp. He's in the news today, and I'm not going to get into his little fiasco, all right? We all know how old he is. He's nearly 60 years old. I think he's 56 or something like that. So, he's banging, snow bunnies. He's banging women way younger than he is, right? The thing about that is, okay, is that people are telling him, people are saying, and I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm not taking any sides. Miss, I said what I said, Kevin. I'm not taking any sides. I'm not, but the thing about it is Shannon Sharp is not your average man.
No, he's not.
And what I mean by that is that he takes care of himself. He lives in the gym. He takes pride and ownership in the way he takes care of his body, so forth and so on. He has a lot of energy, and so a lot of us men who take pride in trying to take care of ourselves and be here for our families and so forth and so on. When you're taking care of yourself, you want a female. I'm speaking for myself. You want a female to have energy too. You know what I mean? You want a female to give you the same fervor and the same energy in the bedroom as you have. You know what I'm saying? And you don't want somebody, we talked about this. I said what I said on the women's channel. We don't want to, I don't think no man wants a frigid woman, wants a woman that doesn't want to put out. But you want to be with somebody that has that energy to, have the energy of a
Energizer buddy.
Energizer. So what I'm saying, I'm with y'all. I'm with everybody saying that Shannon Sharp should be dating women or, with someone his age, whatever. But I think, if he had somebody his age that had the same energy, same drive, did the things that he did, you know what I'm saying, had that same, not to say there's not a lot of women. You made that point. Miss, I said what I said. You made that point. There's a lot of women, older women. Y'all are women. Y'all are winning. I didn't see your pictures. I said what I said. I said y'all are women. Y'all are winning. The older women, y'all are winning. You know what I'm saying? In a lot of cases, the younger women, they're not doing so good out there. But anyway, what I'm saying is we need women to, give us that energy, give us that, give us that sexual energy. Go ahead.
But he can easily get somebody in their 40s that can match his energy. Because it's women that's in their 40s and possibly in their 50s that keep themselves in shape, that goes to the gym, that, take care of their body. I just think that's a preference for him so that he can have some type of control. To me, it's a control thing. And, when you take that gamble, you have to be ready for the risk, right? And so he's taking that gamble, and you see what position that he's in, because is that the only thing that he's looking for is just somebody to bang? Because at the end of the day, you can't tell me that a 20-year-old is going to be on the same mindset level that he's on. And she don't even have to be on this level as far as mindset, but you can't tell me that she's mature enough to even understand the conversations that he want to have, because she haven't been here long enough to even understand a lot of the conversations. A lot of the history that he know, she don't even know anything about it, because she just got here yesterday,
And you can tell by and Kevin, I'm telling the truth. You can tell by listening to that young lady that he was lawsuit that she's not mature. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all probably heard the transcripts. So she's not mature.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah.
How you doing, ma'am? Mons?
Hey, Vons.
Hey y'all, I said I wasn't gonna come up here because but I had to give my input because I have experience. Surprisingly, yes, I know.
I want your experience and your expertise, and I want your I want to know what you got to say. I'm very curious.
Yeah, girl, come on and get this interview because he's interviewing me to death.
Okay, so not I ain't gonna tell too much, but I'm gonna just tell y'all some things. Okay, so long story short, when I was 18, I was legal, y'all. Okay, I promise. But I had an experience with a couple older gentlemen. Okay, one of them, I really liked him. Okay, he was my first person ever in life. All right. He had an interest in younger women. I didn't know that like full in detail, like how serious it was, but in my own experience, I've side-eyed older men who only have interest in younger women because of my experience. Because it's like y'all only like us because we're stupid. And that really hurt my feelings because I didn't realize that, oh, that's also you only like me because I don't know anything. Now, my mother tried to tell me, of course I didn't listen because she also has always, been with older men. So I was looking at it, as well, if you can do it, but by that time she was in her 30s. You know what I'm saying? So now that I'm in my 30s, I don't feel any grown man, if you're in your 30s or, your 40s or your 50s, you shouldn't have no interest in a teenager. Because we're young, we're impressionable, you can tell us anything, we gonna love you to death, we gonna do all this, anything you want to do, we gonna do. And I just think it's indecent for a man.
Happy Meal, they be happy.
Right. I think, and when I say indecent, I don't mean, like a pedophile. I just think okay, so I'm 31. What am I going to do with a teenager? And that's, even though, I thought I was grown and, I didn't, really get committed to my husband till I was about 20, but he's only 3 years older than me. I can respect that age difference. And I can respect when a woman is in her 30s and she's dealing with an older man more than I can a 25-year-old and a 40-year-old. Because I still feel at 25, I was 25, married with my third child, and I still was had kind of like a childlike mindset. I wasn't fully mature. I still didn't know who I was. I'm 31 and I'm still learning who I am. So what do you want with somebody, that's fresh other than, what's also fresh, which is, our virtue. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see anything wrong with it when, a woman is at least 30, okay, maybe 29, but still, 30-year-olds, and older men is okay. So I kind of side-eyed, Shay, even though everybody thought he was a little on the funny side.
So you side-eyed him because it was too young.
Right.
So what? So go ahead. Whoever. Well, before y'all go ahead, I just want to know, when you were talking about, you probably already answered this question. So what is too old and what is too young? I know you said teenagers and stuff like that, of course. You know what I'm saying? When you get 19 and 20 and 25, but when someone is in their 30s, as a woman, if a woman's in their 30s, What do you think is the cutoff age? You know what I'm saying? Vice versa. 40. Y'all chime in.
Cutoff age for a woman in her 30s, I would say a man in his 50s. You know, I'm gonna say early 50s because I feel like and just keep in mind, y'all, I'm not against age gap relationships. Like all of my granny's husbands are older. My mother's husband is older than her. Keep in mind, y'all, my mother will be 50 in January, and my stepfather just turned 70. But he's not in old, like he's like, has the energy of my husband who's only 33. So in my mind, it's like this is only okay because my mother is literally, in an age where she's had experience, she's not stupid. You know what I'm saying? She's always been able to take care of herself. And if you ask me, she just finally has someone who can give her what she's always gave out. You know what I'm saying? But a 30-year-old and a 70-year-old, baby, he using you, you using him. I just got to keep it real.
Well, I say if she 30, I think the cutoff should be 45. And the reason why I say that is because if they're going to spend a lifetime together, then if she do anything over 45 and this guy is not taking care of himself, then she better get ready to be a nurse aide. Okay? And most young women,
Exactly.
yeah, you're gonna be a nurse aide, and so at the end of the day, a lot of women are not gonna stay with a man, and they have to be a nurse aide because, if he's 60 and that makes her what 45,
Yep.
she not,
Hmm.
that's gonna be a turn off for her. So she's gonna get him some help. Okay, okay.
Yes, I
So
agree with that. See, I got to keep it real. All
Keep
of
it real.
my own experience and experience through others, I agree what I said because how I look at it is my mother, she's always been a caretaker, right? It's naturally in her to be there for you. Like I've seen her do this. So with her being with an older, man, no, my padre ain't, in bad health. We've gone through cancer with him and things like that. But like I said, he's still like 4 o'clock in the morning. He's out cutting the grass. He's going to the grocery store. You know what I'm saying? He's active and of sound mind. At the same time, I wouldn't trust him if something was to happen with my mother. I wouldn't trust any other woman because it's like who what you want from him. You know what I'm saying?
that
I
insurance policy.
Right. I've seen, my mother care for my father, my stepfather, her children. I know that she's a good, decent woman. And then you got the other women, that I've seen in, even myself as a young woman. Okay, he's older than me. I know he's gonna do this and that for me. I wasn't in no mindset of taking care of nobody. It was all about me. And for the older man, there was certain things, that it was all about him. But if he was to get sick or anything, I would have been on to the next. I'm just keeping it real. So, you know, and you can tell, how certain women are anyway, like in a relationship, if something was to happen with their spouse, would they be there for them? Like you can tell, like, no, she ain't, and even with them, it's not just the women, it's the men too. It's all about them. You get sick, he can't make you no soup, he can't go get you no medicine. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like if you're gonna be with an older man, you have to be mature and you have to be selfless. You know what I'm like? It has to be inside of you to be that nurse's aide. Like I said, what I said. And if it's not in you, you at least need to have the money to be able to be like, all right, you're gonna make sure his oxygen on while I'm at work. You're gonna make sure he take his medicine while I'm at work because I don't care. I ain't got time.
I don't trust these heifers anyway. I think they would probably purposely take his oxygen away, make sure they're the beneficiary of the insurance policy, and just be waiting on the money to
Mm-hmm.
roll out.
Right.
I'm sorry, but it is what it is. You know, that guy that I talk about, he talk about that all the time. You know, Buckwheat.
But
He
we,
said, well, what if she mysteriously fall out the bed or fall down the stairs, or so that's what you was thinking in your mind. And then he's always calling her old because he's a decade younger than her, and he's 60 and she's 70. And that's not that much of a difference. It's only a decade, but she don't carry herself as a 70-year-old lady. But in his mind, she's an old lady, and really it's like a tender swindler situation. And every woman that he was with, they were all older because he's looking at the fact that I'm younger than them. I can still go out and get somebody, and they're never going to leave me because I'm younger than them. So you have to figure out what the intentions are on the person that you get with,
right,
and make sure that they really want to be with you no matter what age.
right,
And I don't care if the person is
Mm-hmm.
the same age as you. You have to look at people's ulterior motive of the reason why they're with you.
I'm with
And
Mm-hmm.
and SBK, I heard you say you were trying to get yourself together or what have you, before you decide to settle down and get a woman or what have you. But you better make sure that you use Truth Finder and that you vet really well. And if I was you, I'll put a few extra coins up and not even just go through Truth Finder and get me a private investigator before I made a decision. I'm just saying.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. Y'all, you and Bonds asked me questions last night. Y'all had some excellent questions. Bonds asked me, "What is that? The reason why you're not in a relationship because of whatever, whatever?" And then you asked me, I really don't want to. I'm really comfortable with being by myself. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, I'm really
Well,
comfortable. But if it happens, it happens. But
yeah.
I'm really comfortable with being by myself.
And the longer you are by yourself, the more comfortable you're gonna get.
But but what I see, I'm gonna tell you, what I see, y'all, is I see a lot of. Okay, there's just one particular lady that I know here in my town. Very, very beautiful sister or whatever. She, I know both of her. I know her current husband, and I know her husband before that. Right? Both men, both gentlemen are way older than she is. All right. The first dude or whatever, I saw him the other day. Um, Dude's got to be 75. You know what I'm saying? He's got to be 75 years old, 70, and she's got to be in her mid 40s. All right. The second husband, her current husband that she's with now, the dude is at first I asked my homeboy, I was like, man, you know, is uh what you call it, home health? Is home health? Because he's like, no, man, that's her husband, that's her man. I'm like, you lying? He's like, no, and come to find out that was true. That's her dude. So what I'm saying is that the the current husband is in way worse physical condition than the first one, and it just seemed. And from what I heard, she has some type of I don't know. She likes men that are way older than her, but are you know are 1 foot in the nursing home and 1 foot in real life. You know what I'm saying? So, um, do you think that a lot of women have, ladies? I'm just speaking to y'all. Kevin, you can chime in. You think a lot of women have that stigma about themselves to where it's like they want older men, or they want older men that's way older than them? You know?
No, I'm gonna just tell you what it is. I'm tell you what my mama used to say.
Okay,
Get your
tell.
get your old ugly man, and he'll treat you like you're a queen, and you don't ever have to worry
Yep.
about that much competition. So that's what the problem is. She don't want to worry about competition. She got her name on the beneficiary on the insurance policies, and she could still be a nice, sweet lady, but that doesn't negate the fact that she's taking care of her business and she's looking for the future, and she's gonna make sure that she's taken care of in the future. And it is what it is.
Yeah, I gotta agree with what I said. Now I'm gonna be honest and say with what I know. So for me personally, Nobody I ever dealt with is just, well, except that one person. They was just ugly. But one person, I mean, it wasn't about looks. It was like she said, for a man to, pretty much take care of you. Um,
And worship
it
you.
Yeah, it didn't go that way with me because I required more. More. I'm gonna say more respect because, like I said, I didn't appreciate, the information of not even the information. It was just how I was being treated. Like, okay, you think I'm stupid. So that was my thing. Like,
So the
I'm
first,
not,
so he had, so he was just basically kind of taking advantage of you because of your age. He thought,
yes, it really didn't dawn on me until, like, we try to have conversation, and it's, oh, you don't know nothing about that, baby. And I wanted children, so it would, I would be like, well, like with my first, he didn't have any children at all. And it was like, well, have you ever considered, having kids with me? And it was like, well, if we have a baby, then you won't be the baby anymore. And it didn't kind of turn me off. It made me feel disgusted. Like, well, what does that mean? Mind you, I was only 18, but it's like, I am thinking about the future. I am thinking about, settling down one day, and I want to be a mother. And what does that look like for you? Because, you're older than me. He was 37 to be exact. So, and although he was really nice to me, anything I wanted, he got it for me, he protected me. It was just like when we would try to have conversations, yes, I was young, but it was just some of his response didn't sit right in my gut. And of course, I would talk with my mother or, my older cousins, even my girlfriend. Now, my girlfriends were the same age, so they thought I was weird anyway. Like, what you doing with an old man? And it's like, well, I want him to, take care of me. And, I have a comfortable life. And, he had money, and when I say had money, he moved a little, weight, but he was also very intelligent. So he was into computer tech, so he was a tech man. So it was like, oh, I know he got me, but you want, it was like, oh, so you want me to take care of you, you about to be 40. I'm thinking about this stuff. But with my mother, it seemed, and like I said, I had to realize she's older than me. you
Mm-hmm.
know um in my eyes, she's young and hip, but to these men, she's a grown a woman. She knows how to, take care. First of all, she's proved that she can take care of herself and her children. She's been married before. She's had experience with other men. You can't swindle her. You can't, you can't pull a fast one on her. So for me, it was like, okay, I haven't even lived enough life for these men to even really respect me. And I'm an overthinker, y'all. So it's not that I'm just super smart. It's just that I would get in my head and think about these things. And it's like, well, if you don't respect me, how are we even in an equal partnership? And like I said, I started to get disgusted with the man and even myself. Like, well, well, what am I really signing up for if he doesn't feel I'm worthy of having a child because I'm his baby? That's weird.
Girl, you was part of the team. I'm sorry, but you was just really part of the team. I
I
don't.
mean, no, I said what I said. I respect it because I did get my feelings hurt, thinking
Yeah.
that, I was special and, we was going to live happily ever after.
Mm-mm.
And like I said, this is my first ever. So, I was devastated. Like, oh my God, I done
Yeah.
gave you, the best part of me. And I just got to be honest and say, I wasn't disrespected in a way where I'm being called out of my name or anything like that. It was subtle. And like
right.
I said, a difference in age and in mindset.
Hmm.
You're the baby. You the sugar baby. You know your
There you
place.
go. There you go. And you was
Yeah,
part of the team. And
right.
let me just say this. When I when I got married, I was very young when I got married, right? And I told my ex-husband, I said, you ruined my life. And I really wished you would have left me alone because I was young, just like you were, and I didn't know better. and really you really wanted to take me off the block because I lived in a small city. So in a lot of men's minds, they try to be the first one to be with you. They try to take you off the block before anybody else gets you. And a lot of them won't marry you, but they'll definitely play around with you like yours did you. He played around, but mine's actually married me, and in order to just to take me off the block. And he really wasn't really serious about being married, because the whole time, well, not the whole time, but the first 5 years that we were married, it was good. But the next 5 years, he decided that he needed to, soar his royal oats a little bit more, and just really, I guess he got comfortable and just thought he could just do what he wanted to do in the relationship, and treat me like I was a nobody, and act like he wasn't married. So and I'm still young, headstrong. So I'm like, you got me mixed up, because I don't make deals that others do, because hell, I ain't got to. And you asked me to marry you, I didn't ask you. So I was like, okay, well, if this is what you want to do, then I'm gonna give you that opportunity. You want to be single, I'm gonna give you that opportunity to be single, because what I'm not gonna do is be married and feel like I'm in a single relationship. So and a lot of
Right.
men do that. They play with young people, they play with your mind, they take all your good young years away from you, and they really don't have any good intentions of really being with you or what have you, but they can't stand to see anybody else with you. And so I feel like that's what Shannon Sharp was doing. He's going around scouting these young women. Like Vaughn say, he know they don't know much. They can't be on his level on any type of way. He can tell them anything and they'll believe in him. And a lot of times when you're a young woman, you're very impressionable. And your feelings are very, very deep, especially if a man act like he care a little bit about you. Okay, he can bring you a damn lollipop, and if he bring one every day, then you're impressed by that. And I just use the lollipop as an example. And I'm pretty sure people go a little bit deeper than a lollipop, but that's just an example that I use. They'll stroke your ego, and whatever it is that you like, they'll make sure that they do that for you in order to keep you around. Meanwhile, they still out there living their best life. A lot of times they out there living a whole nother life, and you have no clue because
Yep.
you trust them.
Right. Right.
Then they tell you, oh, you're mature for your age, and all these just lies. The whole time they
Stroking your
don't think you
ego.
mature
Stroking
for
your
your
ego.
age.
Yeah.
Because if you thought I was so mature for my age, like I said, some of our conversation, and see, like I said, I'm an overthinker. So for me, I'm trying to have a deep conversation with you, and you're being very surface, and you're not really engaging in me. And like I think I said this before, I didn't even realize that I knew that I was reading body language, and I would be able to it'd be like,
And you
this
knew what
ain't
time
right.
it was. You knew what time
Yeah,
it
it
was.
was like,
And thank
wait a
God
minute.
you didn't have no kids by him, because they would have been looking like Benjamin Button. So, good teenage.
Damn.
Thank God you didn't have no bunch of Benjamin Button looking kids by him, because, when a lot of times when men get older, you don't really need to have no kids by an older man.
And no, you don't. I'm so with it. Yeah, no. I have a friend who did end up, having a baby with an older guy, and it was a disaster. He had so many other children on her. He had so many other children on her and with her, and she was just so in love with this man. He was in his 50s. And like I said, what I the kids look old. It's like a
Yeah.
joke with me and my auntie. Have babies when you get older, and when you have babies with old men, your baby come out looking old. And it's just like, who wants to do like? And because to me it was like I didn't even realize, like, when we're aging, so are the our insides. So yes, the
Hmm.
sperm and the egg is gonna be, oh, it's gonna be more mature.
Your baby
Okay, you
gonna
ain't
look
gonna
like
have no
Benjamin.
little young cute baby.
Your baby gonna look like Benjamin Button, straight up.
Oh my God. Benjamin Button babies.
Yeah, Benjamin Button is what your baby gonna look like when you start having kids by somebody that's older than 45. I'm sorry, it just is what it is.
Oh my God.
Now,
Then you wanna
sometimes people have good genes, and that's not the 100%
right.
case, but the majority of the time, and you better hope your baby gonna be okay, because a lot of times your baby gonna have some issues. So I'm just saying, it is what it is. It's a reason why um, they say that you have childbearing years after 35. Really, a woman shouldn't be having kids because it's a risk if you start having kids after 35 for women and men.
Right.
Okay. It's
Yeah.
really for men, it's not that much of a risk. But for a woman to have a baby after 35, I'm not saying that you can't have one, but you're taking a risk.
I'm
And
taking a risk. I,
there are some women that have had kids after 35 and nothing happened, but there's a risk to it though.
I
You really
got
should have children from 18 to 35, and after 35, you should cut that off.
you. I got you. I got you. I got you.
And then you got to keep in mind, older men, they don't really want to have fun no more. You can't go to the skating rink. They ain't trying to go, to amusement parks and things like that.
Right.
Like you got to think about all of this stuff. See, my
And they
mom,
might not make it to the graduation. I'm just
right?
saying.
My mom, she done did all that. She been living since she was 13. She just want to be in her garden, and we make jokes because my padre, he want to go outside, and my mother is the total. She like, I didn't go outside, and I'll be like, Mama, go out, go have fun, But at 30, when I think about what I was signing up for, he all he wanted to do was take me to nice restaurants, and it was, I wanted to go outside and have fun. I wanted to go out and be youthful. And he like, no, let's just, let's go to the restaurant, then go to my house, or let's
Yeah.
go, all this old people stuff. And it was
Eat
like,
and go
what?
to bed. Eat and go to bed.
Right,
That's
yeah,
all it
let's,
was about.
we in the bed by 8:30 and I'm still
Right.
up.
But and even as a mother, you don't feel like taking your child outside. And the daddy show, and if he over 40, he ain't going out there to throw the basketball with the baby, and throw the football with me, play basketball, and when you have kids, you have to be very active. You have to put your children in different type of sports. You have to be there for them, and even if they're not in sports, whatever their thing is, if it's music or whatever their thing is, most days these times, the kids, they're busy, they have things to do, and you have to have the energy to go out there and do that with them. So if you get with if two old people got a baby, that baby gonna be lacking. I'm sorry, but the baby is not gonna get to go to the park all the time. The baby ain't gonna get to feed the ducks. There's a lot
Nope.
of things that the
Mm-mm.
baby
They're
gonna
gonna
miss
be
out
going to
on.
golf trips and basketball games and going to play
Fishing,
bingo.
fishing in
Yeah.
RV parks and shit.
Yeah,
So
always in church. My friends who had older parents was always in church. I feel bad for them. When you just got to be keep in mind. If you're gonna get with somebody up in age, that it comes with a lot.
Right.
So I look at my mom and my granny. I think my granny is 10 years younger than my grandfather, and he's a homebody. My granny likes to be outside, right? And a lot of people, like my granny told me, she stays busy with her friends, and keeping, she kept my, my aunt, and like them in activities and stuff. It didn't bother her, and if it did, she just found her something to do. I look at it, with young girls. Y'all remember Mr. Big? Mr. Big always caught his woman with somebody else. Y'all remember that?
mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah.
And yeah, you just got to know who you with and learn how to maneuver in a way where y'all ain't cheating on each other, and you know taking that man to his grave with all these hurtful heartbreak memories.
Yeah, because on the flip side of that, it ain't just the men, playing the women. The women, most of the time, they got them a young man too. They just playing this old guy
There
and
you
getting
go.
what they and just getting what they can from him.
There you go.
Yeah,
There
they
you go.
getting what they need also. It ain't just the men, it's the women too.
True.
And now that's why come Shannon is going to be out of a lot of coins. Lots
Yeah.
and lots and lots of
Yeah.
coins.
Yeah. My boy's gonna be out of it. But
Yeah, because he got to pay the cost to be the boss. And
yeah.
according to the story, he really wanted to be the boss.
Yeah. He really wanted to be the boss.
And Becky and them ain't the ones that you want to be playing with. I don't know how many stories they got to see on TV to leave Becky and them alone. Cause
You
And
better
who's
say
gonna
that
leave
I
them
said
girls
what I
alone?
said, babe.
if he would have had a Marquisha would have been all he could have gave Marquisha like 50,000 and she would have been all right.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Kevin?
I said Shannon ain't gonna leave them young girls alone, man. That's just how he is. That
Well,
just
he
that
the
just
I
fool.
I,
that just
I
I'm
agree.
just being honest. That's just him.
Well, he don't want his money then. Let him keep on.
Right. Because how I look at it is if you in a situation like this more than once, you know, are you okay? Because like, and then I'm gonna even go as
And
far and say
also too, Vaughn, ain't his daughter almost the same age as this
it,
girl?
it
Older, way older,
exactly. I said what
way
I
older,
said. So
Oh, his
you
daughter is
know,
older than this girl.
way older. I think his daughter's in his 30s, in her 30s.
Whoa.
I feel like if you gonna have a, because like I said, I'm not against it, y'all. I'm really not against it. I just feel like if you gonna mess with a young woman, have you some type of contract, like especially if you're going about it decently. You know, they're consenting to you. You know, they want to actually engage in something with you. But if you know there's a possibility, okay, this girl is young, and y'all, we grown now, so we know how real young people think. You know, you got all this money.
I,
Have you some clauses, some contracts and agreements that protects you.
I
NDA.
NDA. Yeah, I understand, ladies, but ladies, and but here's the thing. There's a lot of young ladies that like to throw themselves at men that they think that are physically and financially stable, but it's a lot. But it didn't even have a lot of times. It doesn't really have to do with finances. You know what I'm saying? If a lot of young ladies are throwing themselves at these older guys that look good to them or appealing to them, and so these men a lot of times don't have the wherewithal to withstand temptation. That's just the reality of it sometimes. And
Yeah.
I do agree with you, Bonds. I do agree with you. If you are a like, if I was his age or whatever, and I'm, you know, you have to seriously think about the mental state of men who, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. But it doesn't negate the fact that there's a lot of women out here that are throwing themselves at men that they think that are sexually compatible to them.
I mean, okay. What did I tell y'all? Okay, I wasn't perfect, but I wasn't in a mindset where I'm trying to get in so much trouble or get somebody else in trouble. But everybody wasn't ain't like me. So I feel like you have to
But that's what
protect
I'm saying. That
yourself.
lady, yeah, I'm with you. I don't believe that like that lady is not that women like that are not like didn't have your mindset. You know what I'm saying? Um, I believe you. You know what I'm saying? But women like that didn't have your mindset. I dare say that uh, if you listen to, like, for example, we're talking about Shannon Sharp and his stories. Kevin, he keeps up with the sports. You listen to that woman or whatever that he was messing with, that young lady. She was not mentally mature at all, at all. You know what I'm saying? It was just she was out of there.
I
You know what
mean,
I mean?
okay, so man, let me ask you a question. Since he talking about older
Go
men,
ahead.
right? Okay, look at Bill Belichick. He damn near about 70, and his girlfriend about 24 years old. So what that
Correct.
tell you? You know what I'm
Tells you
saying?
he's got an issue.
Yeah, he do. He
But
do.
his ex-boss that that's the owner
Oh,
of the
Robert Kraft.
Patriots,
Yeah, Robert Kraft. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah.
the same way. You know what I mean? They like
Yeah,
they
yeah,
like
yeah.
those are in their 70s. Robert
Yeah,
Kraft is
they
damn
don't,
near 80. I mean, and
right.
so that
He don't care. He don't care.
But they know what it
you know,
is too. They know they got to pay
they do,
to play.
they
They
do.
know they got
Yeah,
to pay to play,
Right.
and that's all it is. So in my opinion, it's just a contract or an
but they not
arrangement
making them sign no contract though. Shit, it's all
or an
about the money
arrangement.
with them at the end of the day.
Well, it's an arrangement. I mean, they're not.
Yeah,
Well, I'm not saying contract sign, per se sign one, but I'm just saying, let me just put it a different way. It's an arrangement.
yeah.
friends with benefit, wife with benefit, whatever it is, you can rest assured those young women are not being with them without cashing out.
Oh yeah.
Some kind of way.
Yeah. That's without question.
So do that matter to y'all if y'all be with a younger woman, SBK and Kevin? Do y'all mind paying a woman to be with y'all? How do y'all feel about them being
I'm
with
not paying
somebody?
no woman nothing.
I'm not paying no woman nothing. You know what I mean? I've never had.
I ain't never had to pay a girl in my life. So why would I start now?
I mean, like, would y'all date an 18-year-old?
No.
No.
No. No.
I respect y'all answers.
No.
Now, I'm not gonna lie to you, ladies. Every single day, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I love answering questions from you guys, but I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Not a single day that goes by that I'm either at work or at the gym or out and about where I have ladies that are very young in their 20s, 19, 20, 21-year-old, 21. They're throwing that cooter at you in a minute. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being honest with you. You know what I'm saying?
Lying. You ain't lying.
I'm not, but the difference between me and other men that are mentally not what they should be, you know what I'm saying, in life, in their older age, is that I people do not look, they don't think, they don't think about the ramifications of
they don't.
what's
Yeah.
going to happen in the future.
They don't. They don't. Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? So that's my whole thing right there. You know what I mean?
And Shannon better be glad that homegirl didn't have no baby by him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Because a lot of them, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to hook you for life. And
They're trying to trap you.
Yeah,
That's
they're
they
trying to
doing.
trap you. And if they get a kid by you, then you
Oh,
trapped.
it's over with. It's over with.
It's game over.
Yep. It's over with.
No, she kept.
Look at Ricky Smiley. Look at Ricky Smiley talking about he got some 5-year-old twins or 9 or however old they are. Three or ain't they 3 or 4 or something like that? Some real
like
young.
that.
Yeah, they very young twins, and Ricky is if he's not 60, he's almost 60.
Yeah, he's pushing 60.
Yeah, so is he gonna make it to the graduation?
Absolutely not.
Nah.
Y'all, shame on y'all. Shame on y'all.
It's not a shame. A lot of times black people don't even make it to 75 and 80. I'm sorry.
No, they don't. Yeah, they don't.
Especially a black man. We just don't make it that long.
Well, I'm gonna say this. My husband has a coworker, because I don't know why we was talking about this, but we was having a conversation, and he was telling me that his coworker's father passed, and I think she's a little younger than us, and she's the youngest, and her father was 80, y'all. And now, remember I was telling you he was talking about he wanted another baby and all this kind of stuff, right? So, do I think, people should be having, children so much later in life? No. Should we be thinking about graduations and weddings and, grandkids? Yes. But I don't see any, I only see something wrong with it if they're not, and it's not that I'm big on marriage or anything, but I just look at it like you shouldn't have no baby mama at 60 or even at 50. I just got to keep it real. I feel like that's something you do when you young. I was 21. Okay. The women in my family all had babies at young age. My great grandmother was a teen mom. My sister was a teen mom. My mother was a teen mom. I feel like even when you in your 30s, you know what I'm saying? You supposed to do that when you didn't know no better. You're not supposed to be nobody's.
Scientifically, you're supposed to have a child between 18 and 35. And it is what it is. And we're not making this up. Because at the end of the day, is it fair? Okay, say for instance, you have a baby and you're 50, 55, and you're a man. And you're a black man. Okay, so by the time that baby graduate, you're gonna be what, 75, 80? So is that fair to your child? And we don't know when tomorrow, we don't know when the midnight hour is going to come for any of us, right? But more than likely, if you have a baby at 55, you might not make it to the graduation. And if you just so happen make it to the graduation, you definitely not going to be able to see any grandkids. So is that fair to your child for them to is that fair to them for them to just have you for 18 years? And life is not, it's not fair anyway. But for a fact, if you have a child at 55, there's a huge possibility that you're never going to be a grandfather. You might not even make it to the graduation.
Right.
So is that fair to your child to just give your child 18 to 20 years?
No, I don't. No, I don't think so.
Not at all. Not at all. It's just, this is
For
why I
your
say
child to get out of high school and then you clock out. How they going to
That's
feel
what-
about life? Because they still need you.
Right.
you're right. You're right, because the thing about it is that people are only thinking, dudes are only thinking with their other head.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I know
then,
you guys.
some of y'all got that stigma that, oh, we can always have children. It's y'all women that stop at a. But that's why I say, you should be married if you gonna have another child with, someone, because after a certain age, that's why we stop being able to make babies after a certain age. That's really how I look at it. That's the reason why. It ain't because there's something wrong with us and we just ain't youthful no more. No, because what you gonna be doing being a daddy or a baby daddy at 60 or even at 50?
And do you want to spend? I mean, and another thing, Vaughn, I told you that. Do you want to spend all your life just raising kids?
Absolutely not.
Is that all your life is gonna be? Okay, I'm married and I raised some kids. That's all I did. Your dash ain't gonna mean nothing. And when I say your dash, your born date and your end date. And so I've always said I want my dash to count. That's one of the reasons why I got a degree, because I didn't want them to just put on there, well, she worked at the grocery store and that was it.
Right.
I wanted some stuff on my obituary. Okay,
You want to live your life.
I wanted a legacy. She had some grandkids. She did this and she did that. And so us as Black people or people of color, a lot of times we don't even care about our legacy. A lot of us don't even have no damn insurance to even put us in, to go in the ground. And so I just think people ought to be a little bit more responsible and start thinking a little bit ahead of time and think about tomorrow. It's not that you got to live for tomorrow, but you got to think about tomorrow. And so you gotta, it just don't affect you. Your life is not your life by yourself. Yeah, you came into this world by yourself, but when you start producing kids and you start making a family, then your life no longer becomes your life. You have to share your life with other people.
That's right.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
Man, this is a great conversation, ladies and gentlemen. I am, I'm just, I'm soaking all of it in. You know what I'm saying? Kevin, what you got? We're gonna end this thing. What you got? Some last words? What'd you say? I said what I said.
I said I hope so. I hope y'all taking heed.
And
it may be a little harsh. But I told y'all, I'm not no flim flamsy. I'm not a wimp or nothing. I just say what I gotta say. That's why my name is I Said What I Said.
I said what I said. That is the great title of that you can give yourself, and I love it. I love it. But see, that's the reason why we, I like to hear from a woman's perspective. Then we got a younger woman. Then we got a middle-aged man. You know what I'm saying? We need different perspectives like that. You know what I'm saying? So that way, I love listening to different perspectives. But I just when you hear things from different, I'm learning from y'all. I really am. I'm learning from y'all. So when you listen, when I'm listening to you guys, and you guys bring out different points, I'm, I think I've gotten 3 different future titles to go do a live on to y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I'm listening. So, but Kevin, what you got? Some last words there, bro?
I was just gonna tell the fellas, the young fellas, man, wrap up, man. Man, that's all I'm gonna tell you. Wrap up, cause Once you make a baby, shit, it's over for you. Your life ain't the same. It ain't. It ain't.
Your life don't be life in, huh, Kevin?
No, it don't. No, no, it don't.
Life is gonna keep life. That poll before I let you ladies speak. That poll says, "Can a relationship survive without?" You got Queen to Queen coming up. Who this? Who this? Hey, how you doing?
How y'all doing? How's everybody?
How are you?
Good. How you
I'm
doing
good.
tonight?
Oh, hello.
Hey there.
You're beautiful.
Right.
I like your headscarf, girl. You're
I did too.
jazzy.
Yeah.
But you jazzy this
We got
evening.
the queen in the house, baby. The queen has
How
arrived.
you doing? I've never seen you before.
Listen. I was sitting there, I was watching y'all, and I said, so I said, I said, them people is not my friends. Listen, y'all, I said, listen, is that me making noise? Wait 1 second. That's me. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, we can hear you fine now.
Okay, I apologize. So I said I was watching you, listening to you, and I was saying to myself, I said, I hear all these different voices, and for some reason, I cannot figure who these people out. So I'm just listening, and I'm saying to myself, wait a minute, I can't figure them out because we talking what we should be talking about, the right stuff. We talking about something that makes sense in this world. I do want to answer your question because you did have a poll out there. But I want to say hello to everybody on stage, everybody in the chat, the host, SBK, Kevin. I said what I said, God damn it, I said it. And Vaughn, listen, I was listening to y'all talk, and I said to myself, I say, this is how you talk to intelligent people. This is how you talk to people that have some damn common sense and not really biased. Really love us black women like they're supposed to love us black women. I definitely I appreciate that. I said, I said, I'm gonna have to talk to Miss Vaughn for a second. I say, because Miss Vaughn ain't telling me something. I don't know what Miss Vaughn doing over there. I said, what is going on with Miss Vaughn? My mind just kept going back to you, Miss Vaughn. I don't know why, but I don't know. I might want to talk to you. And Kevin, I was looking at Kevin. I'm saying, oh my goodness, Kevin just don't really have nothing to say. The only thing Kevin made clear.
I was listening to what they were saying, so that's why I didn't really say.
I know, but what I noticed you did say, Kevin was quick. The only thing I really heard Kevin say all night, I ain't paying for no woman.
No, and I won't. I never have. Why would I start there?
When you said that, Kevin, I said, oh, okay. I said, I see what's going on here. I said, Kevin sitting on the stage like ain't nothing wrong. I said, he's sitting on the goddamn stage like ain't nothing wrong. I said, I must got to find out what's going on here because somebody ain't telling the truth. Either I said what ain't telling the truth, Miss Vaughn ain't telling the truth, or SBK and Kevin ain't telling the truth. Because Miss I said what I said is linking into how men are and getting with the younger women and just having kids at old ages and stuff like that. But sometimes every time I looked up and I see Miss Vaughn saying things that was gearing to them women, SBK was like this. So listen, I said what I said. Guess what?
Yes, ma'am.
He making like he agreeing with you, but SBK ain't keeping it real. I guarantee you on all my scarves and this Scully. And wait a minute, listen, and this Kool-Aid too. SBK, he telling the truth. SBK, listen, before I do that, because I want to make sure I don't disrespect the host in the stage, and I don't want to come and make y'all think I'm trying to change the topic. I do want to answer your question, which was, then you put a poll there. You said, let me make sure y'all, because y'all know I can't hardly remember nothing. You said, would sex keep a relationship, I guess, active together, whatever it's supposed to be? Will sex do it? I mean, to me, that's an open-ended question. But I said yes. and no. But if I was only able to do one, I'll say no. I would say no. I mean, I was only married 31 years. I just turned 50. But I'm just saying no. You can ask me why if you want to, whatever you want to do.
I'm asking you why.
Why do I think no sex in a marriage or relationship, if it's that long, will keep you with a person? Because you talking about sex. Sex don't make the world go round. Emotions do. Sex is only a part of it, because it come a time when a man can't even have sex. Y'all better start telling the truth about those things. Y'all know that. It'd be a time when men can't have sex. And then you got women, especially older women, y'all better stand up. You be like, damn, he done? Okay. But I'm just saying, sex don't make it. Emotions do. Emotions come from sex too, but the ending all is emotion. It's like that song say, boy, the heart of a woman. A heart of a woman. Y'all don't understand things like that. When you get with someone, you can have an emotional attachment that will forever trump sexual. And that will keep a relationship together.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many relationships and marriages are still together? I don't give a damn what your mammy name is. They still sleeping in the same house, but they probably in separate rooms. But they ain't left each other yet. So
Well,
I don't know why sex will keep you in the marriage.
that's why I said it becomes companionship after a while anyway.
It's emotional. It's an emotional attachment. So
Yeah.
y'all are out there and y'all dealing with someone, you could best believe, I don't give a damn how many times he say he gonna leave. If it's an emotional attachment with a woman, they ain't going nowhere. They will stick in the relationship just because. Just because what? It's comfortable. This who I already know. I really don't know what's going on over there. And really, I'm emotionally attached more than sexual.
I have to agree with her. Yeah.
I appreciate
I
you,
do too.
Bond.
I agree
I
also.
appreciate that. And because I agree with y'all. I may have said it in a different way, but some people probably say, yeah, sex will keep us together. You got damn lie. Yeah, they be lying.
No, that's a lie. Yeah, that's a lie.
Listen, I can't talking to people when they be lying. You be like, you lying. You know what I mean? You just keep lying.
But Queen, I think it also depends on the age. It depends on what the age group is and when you're asking them. Because for Kevin, he's still a young man, so of course he's gonna say yes. But if you get Kevin's uncle that's 65, then he's gonna be like, no, I just want Ellen over here because I've been with Ellen for 40 years, And so it depends on the age of and I always bring that up to the guys. Every question that SBK bring up, every topic that he bring up, it's always contingent of what age group that you're talking about.
You know what? And I will answer that question a yes, and I'll also give it a no. You know me, I look at a circle. I always got to take people back to this circle. I take people back to this circle because in a circle you got two halves over there. I would agree with you. It depends on the age. But if you want me to answer that in the other side of it, I would go more so not with an age, but I would put that on the list like a dot up under this. I would go more so with, it depends on how that kid was raised up. Because if that kid was raised up in a way that you can supersede an age and not pay attention that age is a factor, you could get yourself in trouble because of that. I'm going to use that as an example with my baby girl, Brownie Cakes. Brownie Cakes literally just turned 4 years old last Thursday. She's been talking since she was almost 2. She is so far beyond her years right now. She just turned 4 last week. She counts to 100. And she tell you everything on your face, your skin. She's a smart baby. But I'm going to be honest, when she go back and visit her siblings, it's like she lost. Like you could tell she don't fit in. Because the things that they still doing and still talking the baby talk, she's already progressed from that. So now as she grows, she's going to grow to be on a more mature scale. Just like my daughter, who is 22. My daughter, 22 years old, and she just don't play. And she don't play with friends either. But at 22 years old, she's very, very, very mature for her age. So I will agree with you. I said what I said, but I also would feel like it depends on their home raising and who they've been around, because y'all don't want me to start talking about Carmelo Anthony. But go ahead and say whatever y'all was going to say. I had done almost brought that little baby.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Vaughn.
I'm gonna say that I agree that it's age related too.
Yep.
But I'm gonna say it like this. Okay, so I'm only 31, right? And how I'm looking, hold on, y'all, hold on.
She got some straightening to do.
She got to straighten it out, SBK.
She got some straightening. She got some straightening to do.
That's right.
Y'all can chime in while she.
I got my own 4-year-old that's a mess around here, but my bad, y'all. But what I was gonna say was that I do think it we're gonna say yes, it has. So listen, okay, I'm 31 and I have learned a lot. Okay, being in a marriage, you know, when it comes to, you know, all of that. So if you was to ask me this, we gonna say when I was about 25, yes, sex can save anything, right? But as you get older, and what really shocked me was that sex is overrated. Because when Queen up here was talking about, you know, the emotional, I didn't realize that my hormones were tied to my emotions. I had no idea. I used to think something was wrong with me. You know, I should always want to, you know, shake the sheets. But the reality of it is that if y'all not having a good day or a bad week, you ain't gonna want to shake the sheets. And it's like, wait a minute, why is that? You know, I'm still young. You know, I'm still, you know, I shouldn't be feeling this way. And it's not like that for everyone, because everyone isn't deeply tied to their, you know, they're not connected with themselves that way in an emotional way. But I learned that that's me. So do I think it has something to do with age? I also think it has something to do with the individual, because everybody isn't, you know, so deep and, you know, can recognize when they're upset or they not feeling, you know, grounded with oneself. And how can you be open to giving your body to another person if you're feeling discombobulated? Is how I look at it.
Yeah, I go with my nosy ass again, about to ask Miss Fox something like I'm about to start. There I go again. Need to take my thinking caps off and just let Miss Vaughn have the floor, because I want to ask Miss Vaughn a question. Miss Vaughn, honestly, are you attached to yourself emotionally?
Yeah, yes. See, I'm not. I gotta be honest and say I haven't figured everything out. I've learned that, you know, a lot of, you know, women who are older than me have wisdom. You know, my mother. I'm gonna say I said what I said because you know her. You know, I'm not gonna have it all figured out. You know, but I have learned that I'm not gonna, you know, be this happy and just go lucky person all the time. And it doesn't mean that there's something wrong with me. It just means that I need to, you know, find balance. You know what I'm saying? And learn how to, you know, just get through life. You know, keep pushing through and not shut down and just give up.
Right.
Is what I'm gonna say. Yeah.
Right.
And PSA, I don't know everything. I just have a little bit more experience, but you know, we can all learn every day. I may know a lot of things, Vaughn, but not everything. So I just want to put that PSA out there.
Oh, I wasn't hyping you up like that. I was just using you as an example because you say a lot of things that, you know, my mother and my grandmother say.
Yeah,
And I like that.
Yeah.
You know, I like that because it's like, you know, everybody can't be lying. You know, they're not just thinking too much of themselves or, you know, just telling me from their experience. This is all women, or at least the majority, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And I believe that God puts, you know, certain people in your life for a reason. And because it's not that you're just saying everything that they say. You say things that I've never even heard of. It'd be like, I didn't even think about it like that.
Okay.
My bad. I was on mute, y'all. Well, Miss Queen, I thank you for coming up. You just put some things in perspective. But trust me, I will say this. Trust me. I play the devil's advocate on here. Anybody that knows me, I play the devil's advocate. I ask questions that are either thought provoking, and I got some pushback on certain questions because I want to stimulate the mind of my guest.
Wait. Why did you get pushback? I like pushback questions.
I usually get pushback questions on, whenever I have, because today is not really today's chat and panel and so forth is really not structured. It was basically what I call freestyling. We're just shooting the breeze, you know what I'm saying? But like a lot of my content, whenever I do have a specific thing to talk about, it's gonna be some pushback. But this is just like some random thoughts, some random polls that I put up. You know what I mean?
When you say pushback, what do you mean by pushback? I probably need to understand what you mean by pushback.
What I mean by pushback is when someone doesn't agree with what is being said, and I might give.
What was said?
Well, nothing was really said that I disagreed with tonight. You know what I mean? I'm just saying in general.
We be telling him about himself.
Yeah, I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. Because it seemed like he either something ain't right. I'm telling you.
Well, what he's trying to say is we don't have the controversial panel up here tonight. Yeah. Tonight we have a panel that's kind of all in agreements and laid back. But normally we have a whole totally different thought process. We have a controversial panel, and we have more men on the panel, and they're gonna push back on a lot of things that we say. So that's what he means.
I want to talk to them.
Well, you're gonna have to come back.
Yeah, you're gonna have to come back.
Yeah,
what Mr. Lounge?
Listen, Miss Vaughn.
Or either listen to the replay, baby, because it's on there. Trust me.
No, I want to talk to them live where they could cuss me out. If they gonna cuss me out, I'm gonna say, go ahead on, Claude.
No, that ain't gonna happen.
No cussing out. Everybody grown over here. I love that. When you come from people that cuss everybody out, you like when you around people that can agree respectfully or even tell you about yourself respectfully. You like it.
Yeah, because one night me and this other guy, we had a whole back to back, and we were totally disagreeing, but it's all respectfully agree to disagree. And we all respect one another, because I wouldn't be on this panel. I wouldn't even be on this channel if it was about that, because that's not what I'm about. I'm very drama free. And this is a very drama-free channel, but everybody always have their own opinion and perspective, and that's one thing I respect about SBK.
Right. I was just joking when I said that. I didn't mean it literally, but I forgot what I was going to say. Miss I said what she had to say, but that's the panel that I like. I like to speak to those men, because the men that it's like I'm used to the men because I'm an only girl and I only have brothers. And I was raised up with my dad and my brothers. And so I like to sit with them men. Like, didn't you just hear me say that SBK ain't keeping it real? You heard me say that. Because I'm looking at and I'm saying to myself, I say, see how he cheating over there? He really half-ass making statements. He half-ass answering questions. And when y'all go to talking about women and their rights and stuff, you better believe SBK is not agreeing with y'all. SBK, am I making this up? I'm not trying to rattle their tail finish.
That's not really true. That's not really true.
He let us know when he don't agree with us.
He gonna say it sound good. It sound good. That's what he gonna say. Now, I think you would like talking to Mr. Lounge and Lionel.
Oh Lordy, but be ready though, sister. Be ready.
Yeah, you gotta be ready with it. I was trying to get Lionel to come up on the panel today, but he's working a lot. But what I do have, Miss Queen, in not this week coming up, but week after next, I'm having a women and a man panel. I've already had a women's panel last week, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, last week, 2 weeks.
And, yeah. So all women's panel, we talked about, it was all ladies, no men allowed. Then a month or so ago, I had an all men's panel, and the women were trolling them in the chat. The men were trolling the ladies in the chat, 2 weeks ago. But I'm gonna have men versus the women. So that's going to be coming up in the next 2 weeks.
Oh,
Not
okay.
this coming week, but
send me an
but
invite.
but like I said, I usually have a structured panel, but I usually go live on Sundays. But I didn't want to go live tomorrow because of respect for Mother's Day and so forth and so on. So I was just shooting the breeze with everybody. But trust me, if I don't agree with something, I'm gonna let you know I don't agree with it.
Yeah, he will.
I think there's one guy, Kevin. He's been knowing me for the longest on his YouTube app. If I don't agree with something, I don't care.
He's gonna let you know pretty much. He's gonna let you know what it is.
I'm gonna let you know, and I'm gonna respectfully let you know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially if I push back on you on something that I feel like that is full of caca. It's BS.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
What do most of the things that the ladies say about other women, what percentage of it do you be agreeing other than 10%?
What are the things that I agree with them on?
What is the percentage? Like when you hear the ladies talking about the women and what we do and this and other, how much of it when we're being put up on a pedestal, how much of that conversation do you typically agree with?
When they are speaking about other women, right?
Right, black women, both.
That percentage. It's hard to put a percentage on there. I have to take what they say as they know what they're talking about more than I do because they're women and they're black women and they, so I have to trust their judgment and I have to trust what they say. So I take, especially with the ladies on the panel and there's more ladies than this, that I have to take what they say and trust what they say, and I believe them. You know what I mean? It's not usually the ladies that come up on my panel, whatever, they keep it real. You know what I mean? And so I don't feel like that they mean what they say and they say what they mean. So I have to take what they say as factual. Now, if you was to ask me the question about if they were talking about men, you know what I mean? Talking about men and what they believe or whatever, I challenge them on those things. I can't.
And how much percentage of that that's what I'm referring to. Because when I said when we get put up on pedestals and stuff, most of the time,
I mean, when they
about what black men do, mostly black men, because a lot of people can't say what about black and white woman and man, but how much of that do you be agreeing with?
Half of it. Half of it. Because first of all, like you don't know fully what we go through. You might say you understand. You might say that you'll try to understand, but you don't fully understand. We were talking about mental health last week and on my, last week and week before that, talk about mental health of black men. You know what I mean?
You think it's mental health? Let's start right there. Do you think it's mental health?
Do I think it's mental health?
Mm-hmm.
That they don't understand? Yeah. They don't.
No, with black men. Do you think it's mental health with black men?
I think mental health is an issue with us. I really do. I think mental health is.
Do you think it's mental health or do you think it's mental life?
I think it's mental health. But it just depends on what you mean
mental life.
Mental life. when people go through life and you get so drained until sometimes you feel like you can't come back up. That's called
Well,
mental life. But
well, with life,
you'll be able to come back up if nobody knows how to help you come back up. So then you start going into a zone, man. Do I feel like I'm going crazy? Do I feel like something wrong? I feel like I can't.
Well, that's mental health, isn't it? Well, to me, that sounds like your mental health, your state of mind,
Okay.
Right.
your emotions.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
To an extent.
But see, life happens, and the way you react to life is going to affect your health, mentally, physically, all that. So life keeps life, and regardless if you are handling it mentally or not. So if you want to call it mental life, mental health, you know. But what I'm saying is that men, what we've been talking about past couple of weeks, men go through a lot, and we depend on our women a lot of times to vent. So yeah.
Do you think you depend on your women to vent, or do you require them to?
That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
That is a real good question. I like that question.
Well, with me, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I can't speak for other men. I can only speak for myself.
Just speak for you. Yep.
I'm one of those guys, and I've told the ladies on the panel, and they can attest to this. I'm one of those guys, man, that I take a lick and keep on trucking. You know what I'm saying?
Why do you take a lick and keep trucking?
Because that's what I'm accustomed to. Because I feel like if I was to talk about my problems,
that's mental life. You're accustomed to it. Keep going. Accustomed,
but
going back to mental life. Keep going.
Okay, so I am accustomed to just handling it because I feel like no one is going to sit there. You can sit there and say that I understand or I sympathize with you, tell me about your problems, so forth and so on. But at the same time, nobody's going to sit there and baby you and listen to you, fully listen to you and really care. So why talk about it? You know what I mean? That's the way I look at it. I've always looked at it that way.
That's where you look at it, but have you really given somebody a chance to listen to you?
Oh yeah, a couple times, and that's the reason why I have
like who?
Oh, my mother, when she was, God bless her, dead, but my mother was one of them. You know, my sister, my older sister is one of them. But like I said, well, I'm at an age now to where it's like, you know, there's no sense in talking about it. Get off your ass and do something about it. Fix it. You know what I'm saying? No, don't complain about it. Fix it. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm at.
So SBK, you said that we're having this show next week. You said?
No, week after next. Not next Sunday.
Okay, we got that.
I'll be tagging all of y'all. I'll be tagging you too, Queen. So, but yes, I'll be tagging and promoting that leading up until then.
Yeah. Because I'll forget. I definitely need you to tag me.
I will tag you.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be this coming weekend. It's going to be next weekend. So I'll be tagging you leading. Okay. Yeah, right, correct. So we're going to be having. So
that's not on the 30th.
That's where you'll meet.
Is that around the 30th, SBK? Let me look at my calendar.
That's going to be on the 25th.
Oh, okay. I can make it then.
On the 25th.
And that's a Sunday or Friday?
That's a Sunday.
That's Sunday night. Okay, I got you.
I may not be here. That's my daughter's birthday weekend, and I think we going to a Mary J. Blige concert, me and my auntie. So I may
was trying to figure it out because my birthday is coming that week. So I'm like, okay, what day is that on, SBK?
Look, I said what I said. I heard that. What you talking about on my birthday?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot. Me and your baby have the same birthday.
I know that really just tickled me. It really did.
You're in trouble, sister.
Hold on a second.
Well, you seem well. Ain't no see you well rounded and educated, and my baby want to be a doctor. So I may have to, once she turn about 16,
Hmm.
17, 18, 19, 20, I'm gonna say go watch. I said what I said.
There you go. There you go.
So yeah, I plan on doing it, ladies, on the 25th.
Okay, that'll work out. I can be there for the 25th. It's not like I'm gonna be doing anything on my birthday anyway, but I'm tripping. But I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't that day,
Yeah,
just in
I'll be.
case I decide to do something,
Yeah,
because
I'll,
that should be Memorial Day weekend also around that day. Also, let's see, because my birthday is normally around Memorial Day. Okay, so it's a Friday. Okay,
Yep, yep.
I'm good.
so, yep. Kevin, what you got on it, bro? You said to strap up. You said told the little man to strap
Man,
up.
look at her. I ain't doing none of that. So all the what she said but sit back, I'm gonna say, man, I appreciate you for letting me come up here, man. It was nice to meet everyone on the panel. I'm getting a little tired.
I hear
So
you. I hear you.
um,
the word of the day, Kevin, is strap up.
no, that's not the word of the day. No. Oh, for the fellas, yeah, strap up though, for real. Cause
Yeah. Kevin said
I
y'all
ain't
strap
got
up.
I ain't got time to be hearing. Oh, my homie got a baby. My next homie, no, I ain't got time for that.
Yeah, I'm too old for all of that drama, if you
Right,
ask me.
right. And tell them what I
Too.
said, Kevin. Tell them don't spend all their life making no children, and make sure they can be a grandfather. Okay.
I said what I said. Look at her. They young. They gonna do what they do. So that's on them. That's all I'm gonna say.
Look, I had all my kids, but before I got out of my 30s, and both my best friends just had babies, and they fresh. They ain't even 31 yet, and I'm side eyeing them like, how much longer y'all gonna keep this up? Okay, we done. Now, when I was having all these babies, it was old. Vaughn got all these kids, ball team, all this and that and the other, and
But Vaughn gonna be real good. She gonna be a PYT when after them kids graduate. Vaughn's still gonna be young and ready to do whatever she want to do. So keep that in mind, Vaughn.
It's a PY.
Yeah, Pete, she'll still be a PYT baby.
I'm gonna
Okay,
salute
bro.
the chat, man,
All right,
and sit
Kevin.
back. Like I said, man, I appreciate you for letting me come up here. It was nice to meet everybody again, and happy Mother's Day to everybody again.
Thank you, Kevin. Nice talking to you.
You
nice to
too.
meet you, Kevin.
You too.
All right, bro.
All right, sit back, man. I know you. I know you and E stole my saying, so I'm gonna let y'all say it anyway. But I'm gonna say it for the road, man. I'm gone.
All right, man. All right, man. Okay, I said what I said. Any last words there, man?
No,
I
you know,
really appreciate you.
I've enjoyed being on the panel tonight, SBK, and it really has been a great conversation. And let me just say this: I appreciate you guys listening to what I have to say and actually appreciating what I have to say. That really is an honor for me. Because I really just think that I'm just a person with a big mouth and just do a lot of talking, but it seemed like a lot of people are listening to it, so I appreciate that. So kudos to you guys for taking heed. And when I really do say something, it's because I've been there and done that. I'm not trying to preach to people. It's because these are the things that I see, the things that I've experienced in my life, and all I can tell you guys is just my life path. It don't hold true for everybody, but these are the things that I went through and the things that I see. And happy Mother's Day to all of the ladies in the house. Happy Mother's Day to if you're a grandmother, a mother, if you have fur babies, whatever. If you have adopted kids, step kids. Somebody reminded me that in my chat tonight about the stepchildren because I basically forgot about them. But anybody that's playing a role in any child's life, hey, salute. I salute you and happy Mother's Day to you. And
Look,
you guys, and you too, Vaughn. Happy Mother's Day to you also, sis.
look in the back.
Thank you. I said what I said.
Look in
You're
the back
welcome.
chat. Look in the back chat. I said what I said. Did you see
I
that?
got you, King. King SBK, I got you. But I'm gonna drop down and Von, enjoy yourself tomorrow, okay?
You too. I said what I said. I know you don't like to celebrate, but
Well,
I
child,
don't at
they
least
coming anyway. They
I was
already
gonna say
told
pour
me.
you some wine or something.
I don't drink like that. I do got some alcohol that people have left here.
Uh-huh.
But I may take a sip or two, but the kids are coming anyway. They're not listening to what I say.
I know that's right.
Well, they're not playing with me. So you guys have a great night, and I'm gonna drop down SBK, and I'll see you. Guess next Friday, maybe.
Yes, ma'am. You
Okay,
will.
I'll see you next Friday.
All right.
All right, bye bye.
All right, Vons. You over there just killing it with your channel and everything. I'm very envious of you, and you're doing a good job. You can, you're killing it. You got some last words before I end this thing?
I don't have much to say other than, I just want to say, Ty said what I said. I appreciate wisdom.
Absolutely.
SBK, I appreciate your insight as well as a man. I really have learned a lot from y'all. I see Miss Alice is still in the chat. I love her wisdom. I didn't appreciate wisdom when I was younger. So I'm taking full advantage of it now, because it's like, the wise, the elders and the wise people have lived their lives for a reason. Like she said, our lives are not our own. So I appreciate when older people are grown and mature, and they don't mind keeping it all the way real in a loving way. I'm not really open to all that tough love, but I'm learning to be open to it, because as a mother, I need to learn how to have a little tough love, and not be soft. But
Absolutely.
I love, like I told you yesterday, and I went on a whole rant, because I talk to my mom like 5 times a day. And I told her I really like, that y'all have been welcoming to me. It ain't no drama. Y'all ain't being judgmental. And just keep doing what you do, SBK. We need people out here like you and E. And, you cool people. And I do want to say this too, because you said you happy with being by yourself. I respect it. I ain't trying to push no person onto you, but I'm just gonna ask, please stop being, consider the fact that it's men out here who are married and divorced that had no business being married and divorced. And, you know, open, talk to Jesus a little bit, open your heart up, and ask him to give you a woman, worth having. Cause I feel like, you know, it's okay to want to be by yourself. I truly respect it. But when I see men, because it's more women out here than men, that are open enough and honest to be like, well, I'm cool with being by myself. But if you have a lot to give and offer to another person, because our lives are not our own. And I know you're a father and you want to give your time to, your daughter, but we all deserve love. We do. We deserve it. And just consider that. Don't just go jump and get married because I said something now. All right. Because then you're gonna be blaming me. Talk to Jesus and figure that out, because you seem like a really cool dude, and it's women out here who want a cool dude. They want somebody that's not bad. You know what I'm saying? So just
I hear
consider
you.
that.
I really appreciate those kind words. You're
Now I'm
always
saying that to you, Lionel. That advice is not for you. This is for SBK.
Lionel's listening, and he can't. I know he's listening, but he can't. He can't. I talked to him before I had the show. I know he's listening. So
Look, when Lionel grow up and graduate into SBK, then we gonna talk about it. But right now, this is just for SBK.
oh my goodness! Look, you're welcome to hit this link anytime you want to. You know what I'm saying? It is welcome to you. I love your insight. You heard what Eve. Now Eve, let me tell you something about Eve. When Eve looks at someone and says, "Man, that young lady reminds me of me," that means she thinks a lot of you. You know what I'm saying? So that means you're doing something right. You know what I mean? So keep on doing what you're doing. You know what I mean? I like your energy. You know what I mean? So I think we got something going on over here in this we got our own little community over here. I don't want to say group or anything. We got our own little positivity, positive community type thing going on. You know what I'm saying? What'd you say? What'd you say? I said what I said.
She
This,
getting you.
you crazy? I said, man, y'all crazy, man.
I believe it too.
No,
I
ain't
said
nothing
what
like
I
that.
said.
But
I
anyway,
believe it. But I'm gonna drop. You have a good night, SBK. And you're not a mother, but you are, taking on the role, and I know you have help, but and I'm not gonna tell you Happy Mother's Day because that's just rude. People don't like that. They don't like when, mothers being told Happy Father's Day. But keep up the good work and just keep being you, and God,
thank you.
God gonna bless you. I know he is. He gonna bless you. Okay. But I'm gonna drop y'all. I'm gonna drop.
All right, all right. Thank you for coming up. All right, y'all. That's my time, man. Man, I appreciate everybody that came through. Everybody, my mods. Miss Alice, I'm gonna have to make you a mod too because I'm gonna have to make you a mod as well. Um, when the show goes off, I'll make you a mod too as well, Miss Alice. Because a lot of the times, the main mods, I need all of you guys. Put your links in the chat, so forth, so on. Great live, ladies and gentlemen. Great live. Great energy. No, Miss, I said what I said. I don't have any O's and area codes and different area codes. But thank you guys. Thank all of my panelists. Thank everybody, man. I want to again say, like I said, beginning of the show, Happy Mother's Day. If you don't celebrate it. I want to take a time. You see my mother up there. She's behind me. She's got my back. I want to say Happy Mother's Day to all of you mothers. I want to say that all the mothers that have been a mother to my little one, a mother-like figure to my little one, Joe, Delaney, my two sisters. I love y'all. My Aunt Pam. I love all of those ladies. They mean so much to me. Without them, those four ladies right there, man, I don't know if I would be able to make it as a father. Because, all ladies, all men, all young men, all young ladies need a mother in their life. You know what I'm saying? And all of you ladies out there that are mothers or mother-like figures in people's lives, shout out to y'all. We need y'all. You know what I'm saying? Today is your day. You know what I'm saying? Pre-Mother's Day. So I'm thankful for you guys. You know what I mean? Especially the good ones that are nurturing and doing what you're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? That's who I'm talking to. So happy Mother's Day to y'all. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your weekend. Your boy SBK, man's got to go to work in the morning, even though it's a holiday, but your boy's got to go to work in the morning. But I enjoyed this show. Y'all keep it coming. If you guys, I want to say one other thing. If you guys got any content that you guys think that I should cover, any type of topics you think I should cover, hit me up. All of my links are in my description. Hit me up on Instagram. Send me a DM. Send me an email. My emails are all in my description of my channels. So hit me up. Hit me up on the email, man. Let me, hey, SBK, we need to talk about this. How about this, man? I've got a lot of ideas from you guys. So y'all just hit me up. Hit me up in the DM. Holler at me. You know what I mean? Give me some ideas, and I love to talk about it. Give me some questions. Give me, because that's how we grow. You know what I mean? So I am going to end this thing, and so your boy SBK says Happy Mother's Day to all the ladies, and you guys have a good night. And I am gone.